Danda pranams to all devotees. Danda pranam, Sripad Sahib Maharaj. Good evening in India. Danda Maharaj.
Danda pranams to everyone in this beautiful family. Oh Pravir, Dandavat Pravir. Koti koti Dandavat pranam Pravir.
কোটি কোটি ধন্যবাদ প্রণাম। ভালো আছেন?
ভালো আছেন প্রভু। আমি কেমন আছেন?
ভালো, আপনাদের আশীর্বাদে ভালো আছি।
Good, good, good. Dandavat Ravindra Krishna Prabhu, Jai Shankar, Krishna Mohini Varanath.
ধন্যবাদ মহারাজ।
Dandavas Maharaj.
ধন্যবাদ আচার্য প্রভু। ধন্যবাদ।
Dandavat Radhana Sundari, Project Kumari.
Ravindra Krishna, Jai Shankar. Danda to all devotees.
ধন্যবাদ to all devotees. Ishani Didi, Dandavas, Satyabhama Didi, Dandavas, everyone Dandavas, huh? Hari Bol.
Dandavat Rasaraj Prabhu.
Dandavat Pranam Maharaj, Dandavat to all the devotees, Dandavat.
Dandavat pranams Maharaj, to all the devotees. Dandavat.
Dandavat to all the devotees, Dandavat.
Dandavat Pranam. Srila Maharaj.
ধন্যবাদ।
Dandavat Janardhan Maharaj. Dandavat. Dandavat to all the devotees. Dandavat to all devotees.
ধন্যবাদ। Rasa Raj, where are you?
Dandavat Maharaj, I'm in Kharkiv, Ukraine.
In Ukraine.
Dandavat Janardhan Maharaj. How are you, Maharaj?
Dandavas, Janardhan Maharaj, Dandavas.
How are you, Maharaj? Are you okay? You
Yeah.
fine?
Yeah, well, the fine is I'm ever.
Okay, fine for him. All right.
My Dandavat pranams to everyone. I hope everyone is well. Everyone here is going on. Health is okay. ধন্যবাদ। ধন্যবাদ।
devotees in Paipa and in Duitama and Tunha, they were ill. Some of them had gotten a virus, and Aribandhu and others were ill, but now they're recovering. Just like in Ecuador, Bhakti Bandha Maharaj, he was ill for several weeks, seriously ill, but then he's recovering. Shyamasundari.
Dandavat Maharaj.
Dandavat. ¿Tú estás haciendo la traducción simultánea o algo así?
Voy a intentarlo, sí.
Okay. So I was told that Shyam Sundari would be making a simultaneous translation into Spanish. Is Priyashwari? Well, Praneshwari. Is Praneshwari here? Okay. Entonces tú vas a hacer la traducción simultánea, ¿no?
Yes, Maharaj. I will be doing it today.
Okay. Well, a few weeks ago we had what I thought was a little bit of a contentious discussion here. You understand the word contentious, right? La palabra contentious, I don't know, pero es algo como poquito como fogoso. Or con conflicto. So I've been considering things several weeks. I don't know if Ashram Maharaj is here.
Entonces, para hablar, ¿cómo dices? Para hablar. Porque ahorita creo que no escucho, ¿no?
No sé. ¿Ya estás traduciendo?
Nanda Maharaj, sí.
Okay. So, what I wanted to really convey is, maybe I should wait for this. I should wait for Ashram Maharaj because he's really part of the discussion. He's kind of necessary. What I wanted to really convey is I'll see if he's going to participate or not. Anyone have any questions in the meantime?
Yes, Maharaj. I have an important information for all the devotees.
Hello?
Do you hear me?
Just 1 second. ¿Tú vas a participar, Ashram Maharaj?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I just took breakfast and coming to the lecture.
Sí, porque ya quería comenzar con algunas cosas importantes y no sé. Te estoy esperando antes que lanzar eso, ¿ok? Ok, Dandavat.
Creo que no me escuchan.
Okay, what's your question, Rajanath? Where are you? Rajanath Prabhu. There's no sound now. Rajanath? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Maharaj, we can hear you.
Okay. And Rajanath, can you hear me? He was asking a question, but all right. Well, anyone else have any questions?
Maharaj, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, thank you, Maharaj. I want to communicate an important message to all the loyal devotees of Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj, also to all the Acharya board members, the loyals to Nirmal Acharya Maharaj, about the importance to carry out the official appointment of Srila Bhakti Tilak Nirha Maharaj as the new Acharya of the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, as it was the desire of Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj.
Rajana.
Yes, Maharaj. Do you hear me?
Yeah, where are you?
From Mexico, Maharaj.
You're in Orizaba?
Yes. I am in Orizaba, Maharaj.
Okay.
Do you remember me?
Yes, I remember you.
Fine, Maharaj. Okay, I start from the beginning. I want to communicate an important message to all the loyal devotees of Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj, and also to all the Acharya board members, loyals to Nirmal Acharya Maharaj, about the importance to carry out the official appointment of Srila Bhakti Tilak Nirha Maharaj as the new Acharya of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, as it was the desire of Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj. According to my opinion, it has to be done as quickly as possible. Why? Shanta Maharaj is dealing an electoral campaign to be elected the Acharya, and he is misinforming devotees with his behavior. He is trying to convince everyone. Also, Avadut Maharaj is misinforming devotees, trying to run the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math according as his own criteria. So, the more time we wait, the more danger we'll face. The misinformation is trying to change the minds of devotees. We have a big risk of divisions, schisms, ruptures. It is necessary to convoke an official ceremony to make these appointments a reality. Can be done also by Zoom, so all the Western devotees can be present. The picture of Srila Bhakti Tilak Nirha Maharaj had to be installed on the Guru Parampara altar in all the temples. This has to be done ASAP, as quickly as possible. Material and administrative issues can wait, but not too much, of course, because the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math spiritual line has to be continued without divisions. This is a must. This is the most important today. The more we wait, the most dangerous we'll get. The appointment of the new Acharya Srila Bhakti Tilak Nirha Maharaj has to be done right now. If we fail to do the right thing right now, we will fail to fulfill Nirmal Acharya Maharaj's desire. And we are seeing today so many problems related to this situation. The minds of the devotees has to be changed by the misinformation. So I want to also to give this message in Spanish for all the devotees who speak Spanish. A los queridos devotos.
Dandava Prabhu, discúlpeme, lo interrumpo.
Dandavas Prabhu. Este mensaje lo quiero comunicar. Sí, este mensaje lo quiero comunicar.
Rajanath, un segundo. Quiero darle la bienvenida a Srila Asra Maharaj. Danda Pranam, Srila Asra Maharaj.
Dandavad.
A menos que estoy equivocado, supuestamente estaban haciendo una traducción simultánea en español. Shama Sundari, ¿eso fue hecho o no?
Sí, Maharaj, está realizando, sí, señor. Sí.
Okay. So, I want to also respond to some of the points, and I think Ashram Maharaj heard you speaking. My point is that basically, almost, I agree with you, Prajanath, about most points, but one thing you said, you talked about Shanta Maharaj, you spoke about Avadut Maharaj. Now, right now, first of all, I would say the Acharya board consists of 4 persons. It consists of Ashram Maharaj, Trivikram Maharaj, Avadut Maharaj, and myself. And obviously, as you have spoken, you're not going to see agreement in the Acharya board because Avadut Maharaj, on many points, he has his own perspective, his way of seeing things. And I think on some of these things, in order to establish them, you would have to have some unanimity. That means everyone would have to be in agreement, and they're not. And I don't really see where the Acharya board has actually functioned in many, many years. You know, I think, first of all, the Acharya board is meant to advise the Acharyas. I think for the purpose of management, it was to be something like the final trust board, which Srila Govinda Maharaj established, and which I think Acharya Maharaj registered a version of the final trust board in India also. And I haven't really gone over that, but I don't really see the Acharya board as a managing board for the whole society, nor do I see that the Acharya board has ever really functioned. You know, that's just my comment about the Acharya board. So you're saying the Acharya board has to institute this, but the Acharya board, I can tell you, won't be in agreement on that because we're only 4 people, and it should be all 4 votes should be to conclusive make a statement, but you won't get that. So that's one thing. As far as Shanta Maharaj, I would give this opinion that I agree with your points, Prajanath, except I would say that in the past, Shanta Maharaj has been helpful within the mission. He at times helped Acharya Maharaj. He wasn't always there for him in Nishingapali or where Acharya Maharaj was, but he did do some help for Acharya Maharaj. And he's also, I think, a capable preacher. But I agree with you, he tried to establish himself to a certain extent as the Acharya, and he should not be the successor of Acharya Maharaj. Acharya Maharaj has already said who he wants to be his successor, and that is Bhakti Tilak Nariha Maharaj. So I agree with that. As far as establishing his picture on the altar of all the centers, I would just say this, that as it exists right now in many parts of the world, there are different acharyas, and in my opinion, the picture of Acharya Maharaj should be on the altar of all the temples, but it's not. So let's just start there. You know, there are some places in the world where they didn't put the picture of Acharya Maharaj on the altar. It should be there, in my opinion, but it's not. Now, so first of all, you're going to make a decree that Nariha Maharaj's picture should be on the altar of all the temples, but the picture of Acharya Maharaj is not on the altar of all the temples. And furthermore, I would say, well, let me go back to my point about Shanta Maharaj. I really would think it would be in the interest of this mission not to lose Shanta Maharaj. I think he could be. I don't think you just punish people by throwing them out of the mission. I don't feel that's proper. I mean, he should understand that he's not the Acharya and he's not going to be the Acharya. But just like when Srila Govinda Maharaj left this world, he chose Acharya Maharaj as his successor. But still, for instance, Tirtha Maharaj, Bhakti Prapana Tirtha Maharaj, he's a good man, but he is not operating within the mission. He has disciples outside of the mission. And Srila Acharya Maharaj has said on many occasions, I don't mind somebody taking disciples, but not within the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Mat or mission. So if somebody takes disciples or feels they can't, maybe it's a little difficult for someone like Shanta Maharaj to imagine that he's going to bring people to take initiation from Niriha Maharaj. Maybe that's difficult for him to imagine because he helped, to a certain extent, he helped train Niriha Maharaj. So I don't think but somehow or other, I would like things to become reconciled. I don't just like pushing people outside of the mission. And that's kind of my feelings regarding Shanta Maharaj. If he can take a more humble position and function as a preacher and not as an acharya per se, then it can function. Now, regarding like myself, Ashram Maharaj, others, we are taking disciples because we feel that is what Srila Govinda Maharaj said to do in the places where we are preaching. But still, we have Acharya Maharaj's picture on our altar. And I want to just ask, I can ask a personal question. I'll just put it in, I just ask it to Ashram Maharaj in the chat, just to him. I want to ask him one question. Send chat to Ashram. Okay, here. Okay, Ashram, I sent you a message. Can you?
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes.
No tienes, ¿no?
No tengo.
Okay, perfecto. All right. So then, first I said, not everyone has the picture of Acharya Maharaj on the altar, although I believe it should be there in all the temples, but it's not. So we start with that premise. I mean, I feel that Srila Govinda Maharaj, he established some of us as giving initiation in countries where we are, and in places where other places also. But at the same time, I feel that Acharya Maharaj is the successor of Srila Govinda Maharaj, and his picture should be on the altars of all the temples. That's my opinion. That's my feeling. Some people may not accept that, but I feel that they should. But you can't force them. You can't just force things. So in the same way, I agree what Brajanath says, that the Acharya Maharaj has chosen Niriha Maharaj. And one of the points is that we shouldn't waste any time. We should put Niriha Maharaj's picture on the altar of all the temples. Well, I don't think you can just make things by decree. It hasn't worked in the past, and I don't think it's going to work now. Now, I don't know how to do this transition. And one of the things I'm feeling is in the disappearance of one spiritual master, one doesn't just take a position of forcing everybody to do something. First of all, you have to respect the feelings of devotees who are feeling some separation from Acharya Maharaj. I've even talked to persons who are in India who are good servitors of Srila Acharya Maharaj, and they said, for the present moment, they don't want to rush this situation of just like, so to speak, establishing Niriha Maharaj by force. It's like kind of like a mood of the king is dead, long live the new king. I mean, I agree with what Prajanath is saying in most respects, but I don't think you should do something just by a decree in the whole society. You're going to not respect the feelings of some devotees who simply want to serve at this moment the memory of Acharya Maharaj and feel that he died very untimely or he passed away untimely, and they're more concerned with that, with the grief that they're feeling from Acharya Maharaj than wanting to move forward and just push things. So, as I said, I don't disagree with Prajanath, but how to get from one point to the other, I'm not exactly so sure of that. He said you should have a decree of the Acharya board. I already said the Acharya board doesn't function, and you're not going to get a decree from them. Now somebody says, well, the Acharya board should function. Yeah, well, the sun rises in the east. That's all I'm sure of. But I'm not as sure of the Acharya board. So let's be a little honest. People are saying, well, the Acharya board. When has the Acharya board ever really functioned? You know? So I'll ask Ashram Maharaj, de acuerdo a la posición mencionada por Prajanath, él dijo que hay algo de riña que Shanta Maharaj está tratando de establecerse y que los devotos no deben esperar que todos deben poner la foto de Nrsimha Maharaj en sus altares y nadie debe dejar pasar un momento, que esa debe ser la decisión de los devotos del Acharya Board. Pero yo creo que las cosas tienen que ser un poquito, ¿cómo se dice? ¿Qué es la palabra? De moderados, ¿qué es la palabra?
¿Moderados?
No moderados, pero bueno, algo eso sirve. All right, so I just said a little bit in Spanish what Prajanath had said to Ashram Maharaj. Ashram Maharaj, what are your feelings?
Well, first of all, let me tell you, for me, it's like a very, very new, very, it's a surprise. So suddenly here I am watching Prajanath Prabhu giving a worldwide announcement. No, really, I have that announcement. It was. I was not here. I joined a little bit late today. No,
it was his opinion.
All right, but where is that? That thing has been in the chat. It is in the chat. It is put it in the chat because I don't know really what he said. I was just started when he was saying about Nrsimha Maharaj, something in the very last part of his.
He said we shouldn't wait, and that there should be a decree that Nrsimha Maharaj is the successor of Acharya Maharaj, and his picture should be on the altars of all the temples.
All right, that's what he says.
That's part of it, yeah.
All right, and also I'm hearing from you that he is requesting the Acharya board to give dito to that, no?
Yeah, but everybody asks the Acharya board to do something. Everyone says the Acharya board should say this and the Acharya board should say that, just like the Acharya board really functions.
Can you hear me well?
Huh? I can hear you very well.
Hear me well when I am
now not. Now you're frozen.
Okay. Well, this is
all right. Now good.
So, I don't know, Maharaj. For me, it's a surprise, no? But anyhow, this is brought it to consideration, and I was just hearing what you said. For me, it is fine, no? It is. We said last time we need to make these meetings more like Srila Acharya Maharaj conducted them, no? To share in the insight of the scriptures, to give solace to the devotees, answer questions, this and that. But this is more like some managerial thing, which no, we can start discussing these things. But I think that in the last talk, it was decided that we should regard these meetings more instead of some managerial thing and immediately or related with the urgent things after the disappearance of Srila Acharya Maharaj, rather than that to deal with within these meetings, like inspiration for the devotees, subject matters related to our devotional service, like that. Now, I don't say this is opposed, no, to the aim of our lives or to the value of the devotional service. But the last time, I don't know if Brajanath was here last talk, but it was mentioned that we need to talk about in these meetings more of the inspirational side of our scriptures, the example given by our acharyas, etc. And subject matters related to the organization, urgent need to get meetings or to see different obstacles, to overcome the obstacles after the disappearance of Srila Acharya Maharaj, and all these things related to the managerial things that we should not include it here in the meetings. Now we can...
Excellent point, Maharaj. Very good point.
We can do that, but we are going again to get into the middle of some things. It is going to consume our whole energy and our whole time and effort. So let us have these meetings for what they are meant to be, an inspirational thing for the devotees who honestly, sincerely wants to hear the subject matters we were hearing at the time when Srila Acharya Maharaj was present. And later on, now today, we are Sunday, 27th of June, Sunday. After this meeting, then we can invite some other meeting today, just after this meeting we have. And we will ask Brajanath Prabhu to be present, and we will discuss the subject matter. But we will include devotees from all over the world. We want to meet that board of devotees worldwide so that they can be informed and they can take part of all these things of the preservation of our mission, the service of the deities, the devotees worldwide, and the mission worldwide. But we need the presence of many of you. And then we will invite Brajanath, so that he will not feel outside in any way. And we will deal with all these matters. Otherwise, we will consume our whole session talking about these things.
Okay. Good. Now, I know that sometimes Acharya Maharaj was reading from the books of guidance that he compiled. Okay. I think he was in the 4th volume, but can somebody tell me where Acharya Maharaj was reading last time when he was reading from the guidance? I think it was volume 4, but maybe I'm wrong. Acharya Ratna, can you tell me? ¿Me puedes decir dónde estaba leyendo Acharya Maharaj cuando leía del libro Guidance? ¿Qué volumen y dónde estaba él? Yo sé que leía de diferentes partes, pero me puede dar una clave. Can anyone tell me? Can Praneshwari tell me?
Dandavats Maharaj, I don't recall exactly where we were left, but I would humbly suggest if we can start with the beginning, Maharaj, to honor Srila Acharya Dev, to start reading his books right from Guidance 1.
Okay, wait 1 second.
Syamasundari, you are doing the chat today?
Dandavat Maharaj, sí.
Okay, muy bien. Very good. Very good.
Okay. I will, that's a good suggestion also from
Maharaj, Dandavat Maharaj, sorry for interruption. Just before you start the reading, Janardhan Maharaj, Ashan Maharaj.
Dandavat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, Maharaj. What I feel, I think that what the devotees around the world are looking for is a direction and a peace of mind. I think they've been very loyal to Srila Acharya Maharaj, and they at least deserve this direction and peace. And I think for that, they have come to ask your directions, and that's why they are seeking your help, Maharaj. And as we are speaking now, today, if you have seen the social media, Shanta Maharaj is celebrating his Holy Appearance Day. He has declared himself as Guru, and people are also calling him as Gurudev. I don't know if you know about this, but this is today's news. He's celebrating his Holy Appearance Day, and he's attended by Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj, also in that meeting and glorifying him, and Muni Maharaj and few other people, South Indian, which I've not met before in my life. So we are coming to this point, and it is also disturbing the peace of the devotees who are sincere servitors of Srila Acharya Maharaj. So that's the peace that we are looking for, and up to now we have no clear direction from that. So the question is, are we seriously interested in Srila Acharya Maharaj's desire and wish of establishing Bhakti Nirahama? If that is his desire, we could immediately carry out that function without any hesitation. Why are we waiting so long? Because if you would do that, then everyone would have peace of mind and we can move forward. Regarding his picture putting in the altar, there are so many sincere followers of Srila Acharya Maharaj here who has their picture in their altar. Like in Singapore, we have his picture in his altar, quite obviously. We have already put his picture in our altar. We have already put Maharaj. And I'm telling you, we are feeling so much better, so much of peace. And people have attended our program. They want to see our Guru Parampara. They want to hear how we start, where is he coming from, what is Brahma Madhava Gaudiya Sampradaya, and how the disciplic section is coming along. How could we just stop there and pretend nothing has happened? So many questions as we are in the preaching field. So we need to satisfy all these things. So if we could have a simple basic direction, I think everyone will be at peace, we can move forward, and we'll be happy to read any books with everybody. So this is the situation actually. So Santa Maharaj is not stopped. He is continuing, his Jasa Puja is being conducted today.
Can I say something, Ravindra Krishna?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes,
very
Maharaj.
good. Ravindra Krishna, what time you have there right now in your country?
It is 10:45.
All right. So perhaps at the end of this meeting will be a little late, no?
Yes.
But morning time, your morning time, which
Yes,
will
Maharaj.
be, what will be a good time for you to meet? 7 o'clock in the morning?
10, Maharaj. I'm okay to meet at 7.
Yes? Morning time, no? Your morning time at 7 o'clock?
Yes.
So we will meet at 7 o'clock.
I have a question about that, Maharaj.
Okay, yes.
It will be 7 o'clock in the morning, you say, but today is Sunday. It will be 7 o'clock in the morning on Monday. I don't know. can you attend tomorrow at 7 o'clock your time? What time is it our time?
Yes, Maharaj, we can. We can. Or we can cut short this meeting today and then we can proceed to the other meeting if they are interested.
All right, perhaps we could do that, but...
Yeah, we can do it today itself. I mean, all the devotees are actually eagerly only waiting for this.
Yes, but also Ravindra Krishna and Janardhan Maharaj, also it has been our request, our members' request on these meetings, I mean these Sunday meetings, not to discuss the managerial things or urgent things that you are requesting. We heard last time to dedicate, it was Jayasri, from Malaysia, and several other devotees agreed that let us use this Sunday meeting to remember Srila Acharya Maharaj, what is his life of service, his dedication to Gurudev, and the inspiration he gave to thousands of devotees around the world. And then immediately, whether after that meeting we can call another meeting, and we will call all of you who are very much interested to know what will be our guidance in the managerial thing of our mission, our immediate goals and actions that we need to take. All right?
I would agree with that. And also I would say that, as I kind of indicated, I don't really believe that the Acharya board is that functional, but for instance, Ashram Maharaj and others are on the final trust board, and I think that Govinda Maharaj originally established, but there are some people also on that final trust board. You don't have to be an Acharya to be on the final trust board. There were other devotees mentioned. So if any of those devotees, I don't know who they are, but if they want to also participate, then they can also participate. This is not just for, So anyway, I would agree with Ashram Maharaj because, I don't think we're going to reach agreement completely, but we should have some discussion. So,
thank you. I fully agree with Ashram Maharaj and Janardhan Maharaj. As long we are meeting and discussing this on a separate matter, it's fine. Really, it's good. At least we are moving forward. That'd be great. Thank you.
I'm going to start by reading from Guidance 1. First, there's some prayers.
Dandavad.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yatha Parakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Scha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sabadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Paran Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitam Scha Om Jnana Timarandasya Gyanajana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurudev Namaha Vanshikaupatarubyas Chakripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavenebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Nama Namo Mahabharanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Varatavishai Nama. So I'm going to read from Guidance by His Divine Grace Om Vishnupad Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj. Declaration. This is page beginning. Is called Declaration of Succession. From the lotus mouth of His Divine Grace Om Vishnupad Srila Bhakti Sundar Govinda Dev Goswami Maharaj. This is called The Next Acharya. And this is dated 4th of December 2009. He, Sripad Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj, is highly qualified, and I have chosen him as the next Acharya of this month. All of you should unlimitedly proceed under his guidance, serve him faithfully, and love him. His love for the Math is his greatest quality, that the Math should not lose even 1 inch of its land, even 1 inch of its property. He is continuously working towards this end. Math Secretary, Math Manager, future Math Acharya, Sripad Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj Ki Jai. After me, all of you should continue as his followers. Everyone makes mistakes, but I very rarely see anyone with a sincere, heartfelt service mood like him. The type of profound vision and attentive care he has for every matter cannot be seen anywhere. I pray the Lord will bring him all goodness and auspiciousness. A miracle. We are so blissful and so much indebted to Sripad Acharya Maharaj because he hears what Srila Guru Maharaj wants, what I want, and does that. He has done everything, all arrangements. He has the capacity and has done so much. It is a miracle. Sripad Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj is an impossible man, a miraculous man whose energy is overflooding for the service of our society. He is my dear friend, very dear disciple, very dear worker, everything. My blessings to him. He is attending to all of my own service duties, and I am so happy. My desire, my order, and my wish. As per direction of Srila Guru Maharaj, the members of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math will be those who are under the guidance of the Sevite president of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math. If somebody cannot understand, cannot proceed with help, affection, and love to Sripad Acharya Maharaj, they must not disturb the mission's affairs and must get out. At present, I see that Sripad Acharya Maharaj is the fittest person as the Sevite President Acharya. So this is my order. My well wishes and my affection and love are with Sripad Acharya Maharaj. He is fully dedicated to the mission and to Sri Sri Guru Gauranga Gandharva Govinda Sundar. He wants to do all the good things for the Math. So to stay in the Math, everyone must support him. This is my desire, my order, and my wish. Everyone follows him, but not everyone follows him with affection. Everyone must respect him as the Madhacharya and help him. Those who cannot accept him must get out. This is not only my desire, even Srila Guru Maharaj's desire is like that. In this way, the mission will continue. So this is the very beginning of guidance, all right? So I read that. I'm starting from the beginning, all right? Pranam Mantra. Composed by His Divine Grace, Om Vishnupad Srila Bhakti Sundar Govindadev Goswami Maharaj. Puja Shri Guru Varga Vandita Mahabhavan Vitaya Sada Purvaparya Parampara Prachalita Praja Pramurta Krite. Bhaktir Nirmala Nirjarasya Nibritam Samrakshakam Sadaram Bande Shri Gurudevam Anata Shira Acharya Varyam Nijam. I bow my head in eternal obeisance to my Gurudev, the best of Acharyas, Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj. He is the ever-vigilant, stalwart guardian of the current of pure devotion, the devotion whose highest form flows from our most worshipable Shri Rupa Nuka Guru Varga in their exclusive dedication to Mahabhav Srimati Radharani. Prerakam Pracha Paschatya Sishyanam Bhakti Vartmani Bhakti Nirmalam Acharya Swaminam Pranamamiyaham. I offer my respectful obeisances to Swami Bhakti Nirmal Acharya, who is energetically inspiring all Eastern and Western disciples on the path of pure devotion. Let me see now. Then there's an autobiography. If you give me permission, I'm going to skip the autobiography and start with Acharya Maharaj's actual, his preaching here. This is Guidance Volume 1. Drops of nectar collected from the lectures emanating from the holy lotus mouth of Ananta Shri Vibhushita Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Kula Chudamani Jagat Guru Shri Srimad Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj. Okay. This is called Srila Gauridas Pandit. This is dated 20 September 2009. Nitai and Gaura themselves installed their deities in the house of Gauridas Pandit. One day Nityananda and Mahaprabhu went preaching, and they came to Gauridas Pandit's house. Gauridas Pandit said, Prabhu, you came to my house willingly. I did not invite you. It was your wish to come. It is my wish that you cannot go. Without my permission, you cannot go. How is it possible? We have to go preaching everywhere. We have to distribute the holy name everywhere, house to house. That is your matter, but my wish is like this. Look behind. When Gauridas Pandit turned round, he saw the same Gaur Nitai inside his house, and they were talking too. Gauridas Pandit could not recognize. Are you the original or are they the original? Mahaprabhu asked him, okay, who will stay, those who are outside or inside? Well, those who are inside my house are better. From that time, Nitai and Gaur stayed there. Gauridas Pandit had a disciple named Chaitanya Das. Once they were going to celebrate Gaur Purnima, and Gauridas Pandit went for preaching and collection, while Chaitanya Das stayed at home to worship the deities. 3 days passed, but Gauridas Pandit had not returned. Chaitanya Das became very anxious. Why is Gurudev not coming? The festival is near. Chaitanya Das decided not to wait longer and invited all the local devotees for Gaur Purnima. The next day, however, Gauridas Pandit returned and Chaitanya Das told him, Gurudev, you were coming late, so I invited all devotees while you were away. It is not good. Without my permission, you invited everybody. It is not the mood of a disciple. Get out of my temple. Chaitanya Das went away and stayed at the bank of the Ganges. On the Gaur Purnima day, devotees brought bhog and other things for the festival. Gauridas Pandit asked him, who invited you? He who invited you is not here. Maybe he is at the bank of the Ganges. The devotees took the bhog, went to Chaitanya Das and started the festival there. It was Gaur Purnima, but Gauridas stayed alone. At night he saw the deities were not there. Gauridas Pandit got angry. My Gaur Nitai, have they gone there? He went to the bank of the Ganges and saw thousands of devotees and Gaur Nitai dancing. He took a stick. I will beat them. Gaur Nitai became afraid and entered the heart of Chaitanya Das. From that day, his name became Hridai Chaitanya, he in whose heart Chaitanya is. You see, when devotees are there, Krishna is there. So this is a story of the first part, Srila Gauridas Pandit. Okay. Then we have disappearance of Srila Haridas Thakur. One day Mahaprabhu and Haridas Thakur Prabhu, one day Mahaprabhu asked Haridas Thakur, Prabhu, what disease do you have? What has happened to you today? Every day Haridas Thakur would chant 3,300,000 names, and so he replied, Prabhu, my only disease is that I could not finish my chanting of the holy name. That is my disease. Sharira shushta hoy mor, ashushta buddhiman. My body is not sick, only my mind is sick. Without having finished his chanting, he did not eat, did not take prasadam. Do you know that? There was like a rule that every day prasadam would come from the Jagannath temple, and when Mahaprabhu finished his prasadam, he would send the remnants to Haridas Thakur. Govinda, Mahaprabhu's servant, would take that prasadam to Haridas Thakur. Every day Haridas Thakur chanted loudly to give benefit to all jiva souls, those who cannot talk, cannot hear, trees, birds, etc. But one day, when Govinda came to Haridas Thakur, he saw him lying down on his bed and chanting, but the sound was not coming. Govinda asked, Prabhu, please take this prasadam. Haridas Thakur replied, Aji Langan, today I have to break the rule. Every day after I finish chanting, you bring prasadam, and I take it, but today my chanting is not finished. Then how am I to take prasadam? But Mahaprabhu sent this prasadam, so how shall I reject it? What can I do? I have to honor this prasadam, and so I have to break the rule today. Then he took a bit of the prasadam and said, Govinda, now go. Govinda told everything to Mahaprabhu. The next day, Mahaprabhu came to Haridas Thakur and asked him, Haridas, what has happened to you? Prabhu Sharira Sushta Hoimor Ashushta Buddhiman. My health is not a problem, only my mind is a problem. My mind is sick. I could not finish my chanting on the beads. You are a Siddha Mahapurush. You are already a liberated soul. You are Namacharya Haridas Thakur, a great Vaishnava. It is not necessary for you to chant so many rounds. You can do a little less. Then he replies, Prabhu, in all my life I have not asked you for anything, and now I want to ask you something. Mahaprabhu agreed, and Haridas Thakur said, Prabhu, you have given me your mercy, and I could see your pastimes from your birthday up until now. I have seen everything, all your pastimes, but I think you are going to finish your Leela soon. Prabhu, I do not want to see that kind of Leela. I want to go before you. I want to leave my body before you. Yes, no problem, but then immediately Haridas Thakur fell down at his lotus feet. He did not want to hear anything further from Mahaprabhu. Prabhu, do not give me Maya. I know you love me so much, and that is why I do not want to hear you further. Please give me some mercy. I want to go before you. You will go, no problem, but I always do my every Leela with you, and if you go, how can my Leela finish? Prabhu, I am only an ant. If just one ant dies, what is the loss for you? Many devotees come to you. Please, Prabhu, fulfill my desire. I want you to come to me. I want to see your face and place your feet on my heart. When a pure permanent devotee asks Krishna for something, Krishna always fulfills his desire. So the next day, Mahaprabhu came and added, what has happened? Haridas Thakur replied, Ye Icha Tomar, as you wish, Prabhu. Haridas Thakur was lying down, and Mahaprabhu told everyone to circumambulate his body. Mahaprabhu sat down by the side of Haridas Thakur's bed, and Haridas Thakur pulled his leg and put it on his chest. He was looking at Mahaprabhu and kept saying, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. And that Jiva soul left. This is how Haridas Thakur left his body. Mahaprabhu himself took Haridas Thakur's body to the Samudra, the sea. All devotees bathed him, and Mahaprabhu said, today this Samudra is a Mahatirtha, has become even holier. Everyone drank some water from the sea, put tilak, and took Haridas Thakur's body to the shore. Mahaprabhu himself dug the ground, seated Haridas Thakur, and put the sand in some salt. Then Mahaprabhu himself went begging to the Jagannath temple market. Everybody gave so much, and the devotees made a Vaishnava festival where Mahaprabhu himself distributed prasadam. This is how he made the festival for Haridas Thakur. One day Mahaprabhu asked Haridas Thakur, how will the souls in this Kali Yuga be rescued? Haridas Thakur replied, Namabhashi Mukti Paibe. It means that through Namabhash, imperfect chanting, or chanting the shadow of the holy name, everyone will be rescued. For example, all Muslim people say haram. It means bad, not to do, but it can also mean haram, O Rama, O Ram. So if they say haram, they will be rescued from this world too. Mahaprabhu said, Prabhu kohe kahilan e mahamantra iha japa giya sabe kuriya nirbandha. Always chant the holy name. There's no obstruction, no binding. You can chant this holy name at any time. Ki shayane, ki bojane, kiba jagarane, aharnisha chinta Krishna bolaha badane. Even when you sleep, when you eat, sit, or sit in a car, you can also chant. You can chant at any time. Iha hoite sarvasiti hoibe savar sarvakana bala ite bidi nahiyar. Everyone will be rescued from this environment through the holy name. Also, Jadiyama Prati Sneha Take Sabakar Tabe Krishna Bhyati Rikta Na Gaibe Ar. If you have some love and affection to me, if you love me, please only chant Hare Krishna, nothing else. If you do not love me, then do not chant. Mahaprabhu told these kinds of things very strongly. So this is the beginning of the Guidance Volume 1, and now we can ask for some discussion of the devotees on these spiritual points. They're very, very beautiful, interesting. The first part also of the story of Srila Gauridas Pandit and how the deities enter into the heart of Hridaya Chaitanya. I want to go back to this story for 1 second. So, this is very interesting to me because Gauridas Pandit spoke strongly, but he's no ordinary person. Gauridas Pandit is a very exalted devotee of Mahaprabhu, and during the time of Mahaprabhu, principally 3 deities were being worshipped. The deity of Vishnu Priya Bhari, that deity is now in Navadip, after Mahaprabhu took sannyas and left, and Vishnu Priya was worshipping the deity of Mahaprabhu. And then there's the deities of Gaur Gadadhar, of Dvija Baninath, which are in Champahati, which we visit on the 3rd day of Parikrama. Those were worshipped by Dvija Baninath. And the other deities are those of Gaur Nitai or Gaur Nityananda, and they're in Kalna. Now Kalna is a few stops, railway stops from Sri Navadip Dham if you take the railway. But Govinda Maharaj, we're not going to Kalna, it's far, we're not going there on Parikrama. And Govinda Maharaj said that he had not seen the temple of the deities of Gauridas Pandit in Kalna, though they're very famous deities, because he didn't just go for sightseeing. He would only go if he had some service. So one time, I believe some legal matters took Srila Govinda Maharaj. He was going to go to Kalna, and he asked Guru Maharaj, I have not seen the deities of Gaur Nityananda, of Gauridas Pandit in Kalna. Can I see them? Because I'm going there. And Guru Maharaj told him yes. And then Govinda Maharaj saw those deities. So they were worshipped during the time of Mahaprabhu, and there's stories mentioned about the deities dancing with the devotees, and Gauridas Pandit wanting Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu to stay in the temple, and then they said, all right, but then the deities were leaving with the devotees, and then Gauridas Pandit said, my deities can't go. So then, like this, there's that Gauridas Pandit wants to keep Nityananda Prabhu and Mahaprabhu in his house, but then the deities will go in their place. So and then he said, my deities can't go, so then the deities went back on the altar. But there's this kind of deep love between Gauridas Pandit. And here you heard the story of how Chaitanya Das became Hridaya Chaitanya. It's very interesting. But there's also some story related with Hridaya Chaitanya, and I believe I don't know. I thought we told this about the story about Shamananda Prabhu. We told how the disciple of Hridaya Chaitanya, he had one disciple named Sukhi Krishna Das, and he went to Vrindavan, and he was there with Narottam Das Thakur and Srinivasacharya, and also Sukhi Krishna Das. And one day he was asked to get some water from the Jamuna, and there he found a bracelet, and then he saw that a beautiful lady was looking for that bracelet, and then what is that? That is, that person who was looking for the bracelet was Vishaka Didi. She's looking for the bracelet that Radharani had lost there, and Gauridas Pandit found that bracelet, and then
Gauridas Pandit, no, Shamananda Prabhu.
Shamananda, pardon me. Shamananda, that time he's Sukhi Krishna Das. Okay, he found the bracelet. My mind is old and feeble, I'm getting everything wrong. He found that bracelet, and then he asked to return the bracelet to the person who lost it herself.
Maharaj, sorry, can I ask a little question? Shyamananda Prabhu is the same as Sukhi Krishna Das?
Yes.
Okay.
So then when if I said something wrong, somebody can correct me. Okay? So then Radharani...
It's not Sukhi Krishna, it's Dukhi Krishna, Maharaj.
Right, no, he was originally Dukhi Krishna, but then he became Sukhi Krishna. I mean, how would you like to have a name? Sad Krishna. No, he became Sukhi Krishna. His name was changed. Okay. So then the bracelet, Radharani came, and then she told Sukhi Krishna Das or Dukhi Krishna Das, whichever name you want, to bathe in the Jamuna, and then he was bathing in the Jamuna, and he saw that he had, we can say, some profound change in his lila, in his, what you would say, the rasa relationship with the Lord, and he saw his body change to that of a woman as a divine servitor in the followers of Srimati Radharani. He saw in that way, and then Radharani took the bracelet and made a mark on his head and gave him the name Shamananda. And he's staying there with Jiva Goswami. Then there's also, as I said, Srinivasacharya and Narottam Das Thakur. So then Hridaya Chaitanya heard that now his disciple has different tilak and different name. He's Shamananda, and some confusion exists. And he thinks, oh, maybe somebody has reinitiated him or something. And as far as I know, then Hridaya Chaitanya meets with Shamananda and says, why you've gotten a different name, and why you are not faithful, and why you have got this different tilak. And then he said, Shamananda said, well, if you can erase this tilak or take it off, do so. And then, anyway, he came to understand that this was the divine will of the coming down from the higher plane, and something. Now, maybe I've told this story a little wrong of Shamananda Prabhu. You can say anything, Asha Maharaj?
Oh no, you describe it well, Maharaj. That's it. Shamananda Prabhu was, as you mentioned, he was staying with Srila Jiva Goswami and Narottam Das Thakur. All three of them were under the care of Jiva Goswami.
Okay.
Yes.
So Yes, and this is, so I mean, even we heard from the story about, the first story about Gauridas Pandit, and it makes it seem like Gauridas Pandit is a little strong and is strong in his mood towards Chaitanya Das, who then became Hridaya Chaitanya. But Hridaya Chaitanya, he was also a little strong in his dealings with Shyamananda. So then let us not pass any, not try to understand divine Leela with our limited mind and senses. Okay? Anyway, these, I feel they're very interesting. This is the beginning of the first volume, and now I will continue reading. Is that okay? This is called Disappearance.
Also, Maharaj, that story is very suitable for us nowadays because we just celebrated the disappearance of Shyamananda Prabhu.
Yes.
Few days back.
And disappearance also of Rishabdev Prabhu, who was very important in our mission here in SoCal. He gave up everything for the lotus feet in the service of Srila Govinda Maharaj. It is very interesting because Rishabdev, he was before a big man. He had one company called Systec, computer company and everything, and he had big business and everything, and towards the end he gave up everything and he just served Srila Govinda Maharaj, and he became president here of the temple in SoCal. And I remember one time he bought this very different car. He bought a Toyota Celica, and it only had 2 seats. It was kind of like a sports car. And I was riding with him in that car, and I told him, Prabhu, be careful, there's police here. And he said, no problem. And then he continued, and even though I told him the police is there, still he got a ticket for speeding. Even though I said, hey, be careful, Prabhu, here's the police, and he still got a ticket for speeding. And then when Govinda Maharaj came, he saw that car. And most people will consider that car a very sporty car. It only has 2 seats. It's like a sports car. And Govinda Maharaj called it a miser's car. Govinda Maharaj said it was a miser's car because it only holds 2 people. Govinda Maharaj thought any car that only holds 2 people must be the car of a poor man, or a miserly person. But then I remember Rishabdev. He became, before he had some work and he was interested in so many things, and then he became ill, and his daughter Mandakini took him to India to go see Srila Govinda Maharaj. And Govinda Maharaj said about Mandakini, he said she acted like an Indian's daughter, like the pure Indian's daughter. She took care of her father and everything, and even though he is very ill, dying of cancer, she took him to the mott. And I remember on the way, Rishabdev traveling, he had to sit in the crowded plane in very cramped condition, and he was in much pain because of cancer. And I said to him, well, you have credit card. Why don't you change your seat to first class? You will never have to pay that bill, because he was going to die soon. So I said, why don't you get a first class ticket and go to India without suffering? You can put it on your credit card, no problem. And he told me, Maharaj, I don't want that karma. He is dying. He would not have to pay the bill at all. And I said, Prabhu, just get a first-class seat. You're in so much pain. And he said, Maharaj, I don't want that karma. So he wouldn't put that first-class ticket on his credit card. He wouldn't cheat. And then he got to India, and he was there, and he didn't want to take any service from the devotees. And he didn't want to take, because people like Siddhanti Maharaj and others, I think Ashram Maharaj also, they were serving him, and he didn't want to take that service. So he decided he would leave the mat and maybe go to, I don't know where he wanted to go to, maybe a hotel or something, just not to take service from the Maharajas and everything. And then he got a taxi and he was to leave, but the very day that he got the taxi, that was his death day. He could not get in the taxi, he could not go because he was dying and he knew he was dying. Then Srila Govinda Maharaj came, and Srila Govinda Maharaj came with the devotees, and the Bhagavad Gita was put on his chest, and so many things, Tulsi and everything in his mouth, or I don't know. And then Rishabdev left his body. And Srila Govinda Maharaj said he left like Haridas Thakur. Like Haridas Thakur left, Srila Govinda Maharaj said that Rishabdev left like that. Now, I'm not saying, we're not saying anything like, devotees can make so many conclusions. I'm not making any conclusions. I'm just saying that Rishabdev was a very nice devotee, and Govinda Maharaj said that he left like Haridas Thakur, and Govinda Maharaj said, I carry a picture of him, that he would carry a picture of Rishabdev. So anyway, he left also on that day of Shamananda. And this is
Dandavat Maharaj. Sorry, this is Jayavardhan from Singapore. As you were mentioning of the disappearance of Rishabdev Prabhu, I just wanted to share the remembrance of another close associate of Srila Charadev, who just left his body a couple of days back, I believe, Sripad Bhakti Vaibhav Parivrajak Maharaj. I believe you're aware of, he was from Malaysia, and he passed on a couple of days back. So I was just remembering him as you were mentioning. And back in Malaysia and Singapore, many of us are sort of grieving his loss. We were just grieving the loss of Srila Charadev, and then here another Vaishnava, a servitor of Gurudev, passed on. And so we just wanted to remember that, and please give us a lot of, he was giving us a lot of nourishment when Srila Charadev left through Zoom, his association with us through Zoom and all that. And it's just that he was with us last week in Zoom, and now he's no longer with us. So we'd like to request your blessings to give us the strength and nourishment to pull this through. Dhanavat Maharaj.
Yes, I was talking to Mahayogi Maharaj in England, and he felt very much bereaved because of the passing of Parivrajak Maharaj, and he had said that normally we have some meeting on Wednesday with the devotees in England, but he said he could not attend that meeting because he was feeling great sorrow and great bereavement because of the passing of Parivrajak Maharaj in Kolkata. Parivrajak Maharaj, he passed away from a heart attack. I understand he had some condition for some time, that he had that condition, and then he had some strong stroke, and then he could not survive that, and then I was told he passed away at 3 a.m. after. So we're all praying for the blessings of Parivrajak Maharaj and for him also. So
thank you, Maharaj. Dandavat. And thanks for all this nourishment, Maharaj, by reading guidance and everything. Thank you very much.
Okay. So now I'll read disappearance of Srila Haridas Thakur. It's from Guidance. One day, Mahaprabhu asked Haridas Thakur, Prabhu, what disease do you have? What has happened to you today? Let's see. I think I read this.
Yes, you read, Maharaj.
I read this, so yes.
Pranam Srila Janata Maharaj. Can I make a question, Maharaj?
Yes, speak a little loud.
Huh?
¿Me escucha, Maharaj?
Acharya Rana wants to make a question.
Yes.
Ask a question.
Srila Janata Maharaj, ¿puede hablar un poco acerca de la declaración de Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur acerca de que el Namavasa será la marca, por llamarlo así, de liberación para los Yavanas de Occidente? Es algo así lo que menciona Haridas Thakur Maharaj.
¿Qué es la pregunta? Hazlo en la forma de una pregunta, padre.
Maharaj, que si puede hablar un poco acerca de la declaración de Haridas Thakur acerca del Namavas, que será lo que permitirá que los Yavanas de Occidente se liberen.
Okay. I will mention then that he's asking if I can talk about Srila Haridas Thakur's explanation of Namavas. And I will say that one time Haridas Thakur asked Mahaprabhu, he said to Mahaprabhu, how will all the living entities who are not moving, like plants and trees and stones, mountains, so many living entities who are in immovable form, how will they get the benefit of chanting the holy name? I mean, they're not moving. How can a tree chant? How can a mountain chant like this? Then this was asked by Mahaprabhu to Haridas Thakur, and Haridas Thakur said, Prabhu, we already heard about you when you traveled through Jarikhanda. Now, as I mentioned, this is a side thing. I said that Nariha Maharaj is from Jharkhand, a new state in India, and Jharkhand. And within that state of Jharkhand, I understand is Jarikhanda. Mahaprabhu went through Jarikhanda. And what is that city where all the devotees came from to Ekachakra to help with the samadhi of Acharya Maharaj? They're from one city in
Bokaro.
Bokara in Jharkhand. Okay. So Haridas Thakur said to Mahaprabhu, Prabhu, I already heard from Balabhadra Bhattacharya that he told of your pastimes when you went through the Jarikhanda, how all the tigers and all the deer and the elephants, they were all chanting. And he said, and also sometimes when we are chanting, we hear what sounds like an echo. And especially we hear this echo sometimes when the devotees are talking. They say, Maharaj, can you please explain like that echo we're hearing. But anyway, so I'm just explaining what is an echo. This is a different kind of echo. That's an electronic echo. I don't know if electronic particles are chanting, but anyway. Haridas Thakur said, sometimes we're chanting and we hear an echo, but that echo is actually the chanting of the non-moving living entities. We're chanting and they are also chanting in the form of an echo. And we're hearing the echo, and that is, and I remember when we went with Govinda Maharaj, we went to that place in Brazil where there's waterfalls and trees and everything, that place called Campos dojo down where Trivikram Maharaj is staying. I don't know if Trivikram Maharaj is here today or not, but maybe no one sent him the link. But anyway, when we got there, Govinda Maharaj told us, go chant to the trees. Go chant among the trees. You chant to the trees. They have been waiting so long to hear the holy name. Now go chant among the trees. So we did that under Govinda Maharaj's divine instruction. So Haridas Thakur said, we hear an echo, that is the chanting of the non-moving living entities and bodies of plants and so many other mountains even. Some mountains are growing because they have some jivas over there. So anyway, you know, the ancient seers of the Vedic time, they saw persons everywhere. So sometimes, and that is not like pantheism. There are actually persons there. We're not. Anyway, you can understand what I'm saying. So then, Mahaprabhu was thinking, how does Haridas understand these very deep levels of my Leela? Then Haridas explained about Namabas. He said that he told that you don't have, some persons are chanting and they're chanting with Namaparad, and it's difficult to get any advancement for when you are chanting with Namaparad. And I am also thinking, what will I do if I am chanting Namaparad, and how will I get any advancement like that? But there's also one story that Srila Govinda Maharaj talks about Bhakti Vinod Thakur, and what is that story? They told how will we get benefit from chanting, and especially we're chanting with Namabas. Then Bhakti Vinod Thakur said, just like you can't know a Vaishnav unless that Vaishnav reveals himself or herself to you. You can't know the Vaishnav. As we see in the case of what is it, Gadadhar Pandit and help me with his name. Who is equal on level of devotion to oh man, my memory, I'm forgetting everything, but Gadadhar to
Jagadananda Maharaj.
What?
Jagadananda Pandit.
Yep. So, who is Mahaprabhu is always associating with? In the evening, there is
Swarup Damodar Ramananda Roy.
Yes, Swarup Damodar and Ramananda Roy, and Gadadhar Pandit had not received any initiation, and was visiting from East Bengal. What is the name of that person?
Pundarika Vidyanidhi.
Yes, I know, like this, like my own name I know, Pundarik Vidyanidhi, but I'm forgetting things. So Pundarik Vidyanidhi, and that Mukunda told Gadadhar Pandit, do you want to meet a real Vaishnava? So to make that short, he took him to see Pundarik Vidyanidhi, who was a zamindar, a rich man, and he had a house in Navadip. Many rich peoples had a house in Navadip also, as well as where he stayed. And then Gadadhar Pandit was very excited. Yes, I always wanted to meet with a Vaishnav. But when he saw Pundarik Vidyanidhi, he could not recognize him because he's looking like a rich man with oiled hair and perfumed hair and silk clothes and opulence and everything. And then Gadadhar Pandit, thinking a Vaishnava is very simple. How is this a Vaishnava? And then Mukunda, understanding the heart of Gadadhar Pandit, chanted a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, a whole Bhakti. You know that? Who can say that verse? Someone here can say that verse. Oh. Can anyone say that verse? Anyone? A whole Bhakti. You know who Bhakti is? Bhakti is an affectionate name for Bakasura. But Bakasura, Bhakti, his sister, refers to Putana. Putana, she's Bhakti. Very affectionate name for the very affectionate Asura name for Putana. She's Bhakti, the sister. She's the sister of Bakasura, and very beloved by her brother Bakasura. This Bhakti, referring to Putana.
Maharaj, I put the shloka in the chat.
You put the shloka? Aho bhakti yam stana kala kutam jigam saya payayad api asadvi lebe gatim datri uchitam datonyam kamvadayalum sharanam vrajema. Oh, how amazing it is. The sister of Bakasura, Putana, Bhakti, desired to kill Sri Krishna, smeared poison on her breast and forced Krishna to drink their milk. Now she came not as a witch, she came disguised as a very beautiful woman. Very beautiful woman. This is Putana, very much disguised, and she wanted to nurse Krishna. So everyone was, let this divine lady nurse Krishna. But Krishna, even though her breasts were smeared with poison, Krishna sucked out her life air and gave her some liberation to the plane of Vatsalya Ras. Even though she came to kill Krishna, even so, Lord Krishna accepted her as his mother, and so she reached the destination suitable for Krishna's mother. Oh, whom should I take shelter but the most merciful Krishna? And when Mukunda sang that verse, then Pundarik Vidyanidhi went completely berserk. He began tearing out his hair, tearing his silk clothes to pieces, destroyed his bedstead, everything, kicked everything in the room to pieces, and then went into trance for so many hours. Now, when that happened, then Gadadhar Pandit, he thought, I thought he's not a Vaishnava, but now I see what is the nature of this person, and I have committed some aparad. So then he was thinking that I am not accepted Diksha, and I should accept Diksha from Pundarik Vidyanidhi. Then he went to Mahaprabhu, and Mahaprabhu, at that time before, Mahaprabhu was saying Bap Pundarik, Bap Pundarik, Bap Pundarik in the mood of Srimati Radharani, thinking of Rishabhanu Raj, as her father. Mahaprabhu was calling Bap Pundarik, Father Pundarik, Father Pundarik, in that mood. So then Gadadhar Pandit said, I think I should take Diksha from Pundarik Vidyanidhi, and Mahaprabhu said, very good idea. Told him, very good. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur said, just as one cannot know who is a Vaishnava unless that Vaishnava will reveal himself or herself to us, we cannot know who is really a Vaishnava. So in the same way, we may be chanting with some namaparad, but we can pray for the mercy of the holy name, and if the holy name becomes satisfied with us, that holy name can reveal himself or their selves, Shishi Radha Krishna, can reveal themselves to us. You know, even though we may be fallen souls, I am, at least this is my interpretation, because I am a fallen soul, and think I am chanting with Namaparad. So I would want to be able to get the mercy of the holy name. So Bhaktivedanta Thakur gives that. Now regarding the question again, describe Haridas Thakur's description of Namabash, then it is established in a meeting, I believe, with the family of Raghunath Das Goswami, that they had one meeting. There's Hiranya Majumdar and Govardhan Majumdar, and their priest is Balaram, and various devotees are there. And they're discussing what is the effect of chanting the holy name. And somebody says it gives liberation, and somebody says it gives relief from all one's sins that one has committed. Then what is the effect of that chanting? And then Haridas was there, and they said, well, here's the Namacharya, here's Haridas Thakur, why don't we ask him? And Haridas Thakur said, this is not really the result of chanting the holy name to get liberation. He said, you'll get that even with Namabash. He said, without pure chanting of the holy name. You know, Namabash is not on the level of Namaparad, but it is still not on the level of the Shuddha Nam. It may refer to some indirect reference, like Ajamil, he called out to Narayan, but he wasn't calling out to Narayan per se, he was calling out to his son, whose name was Narayan. But still, when the Yamadutas were coming for him, still, when he called out the name of Narayan, the Vishnu Dutas came, and the Yamadutas were chased away, and they went back to their master, Yamaraj, and they said, these very strange people came, although they themselves looked very strange. But then they said, these strange people with 4 arms came, and they wouldn't let us take this Ajamil, who is certainly very sinful. They wouldn't let us take him. So what's going on here? We thought you were the Lord. And Yamaraj said, please, anyone who's chanting the holy name, you don't bother them. Don't go there. So, and Ajamil was not chanting Shuddha Nam. Ajamil was referring to his son, Narayan. Of course, perhaps that gave him some recollection from his childhood of his worship of the Lord. But in any case, the Yamadutas were chased off, and he got this effect. Then later, he was still not, that didn't immediately take him to Vaikuntha. No, later he reflected on this, and he went to Hardwar, and there in Hardwar, then he began to chant purely. And then at the time of leaving this world, then I'm told some chariot came from Vaikuntha to take him there. But anyway, then Ajamil said, Haridas Thakur, he said that you don't need to be chanting the holy name in order to get this so-called liberation. Everyone wants moksha, you know. What do all of you? You're desiring to get some. Desire to get some divine mercy in your life and to enter the plane of devotion, or you just want some relief from all of life's miseries that we're all experiencing. You want to get pure devotion, or shall we all just get some vaccination against Maya? We can get 2 vaccinations against Maya. What are the names of them? What will be what are the names of the vaccinations for against COVID? What are the names of those vaccinations? Pfizer. Yeah.
Moderna. Sinovac.
Pfizer Maya vaccination against Pfizer against Maya, or what is the other one? Moderna Maya, to get some relief from modern Maya, because we're being troubled not just by old Maya. We're not interested in getting some. We're not just interested in getting some old Maya. We don't want some ordinary car. We want the most luxurious car. We want real Maya. Huh? So anyway, people are now like the husband, the leper husband of one very faithful Vaishnavi. He wanted to have some relationship with one prostitute. I believe her name was Hira or something, because her fee, Hira refers to diamond, her fee for having relationship with her was 1 diamond. She was that kind of high class Maya, not just ordinary Maya. She was very high class Maya.
Her name was Lakshahiri.
What?
Her name was Lakshahiri.
Lakhs of.
1 lakh of diamonds.
Yeah.
Lakshahiri.
So very kind of special Maya, not ordinary Maya. Not ordinary Maya like some beautiful woman, but she's very special Maya. So that is more modern Maya. I mean, modern Maya, they don't want just simple things. They want the best of everything. So then we need Moderna Maya vaccination, right? There's some vaccination against that. Anyway, Haridas Thakur said, somebody may want liberation, but that is not really the effect of chanting the holy name. The real effect of chanting the holy name, he said, you'll get that by Namabash, without even chanting purely. Some Namabash, like ashram, I think it was mentioned, it was mentioned in Acharya Maharaj's lecture, that the Muslims there saying, haram, like one Muslim was killed by the tusk of a boar, and he was dying, and he said, haram, oh, this is very bad, how terrible this is. He was saying haram. But he got some benefit of Namabash. He was referring, he did not know, but haram also refers to my Lord Ramachandra. So if somebody has some Sukriti, even though he may be a Muslim, maybe he has not killed so many Hindus, just a few, then he may get some by his Sukriti, he may say haram at the time of death, and maybe it won't be Namaparan. Maybe he's a special kind of person and he'll get the benefit of Namabash. So Haridas Thakur told, and then Haridas Thakur gave one example. He said, just like when the sun comes on the horizon in the morning, he says, in the morning, the first rays of the sun has not appeared yet on the horizon. It's not yet come on the horizon. Like today, I'm looking out, you can't see the sun. We're living near the ocean. So all we see that is daylight, but all we see is fog. All we see is thick. And I told yesterday, they made some soup in the evening, and I said, if you go outside and you catch some of the sky, you can make a nice soup with this, because it looks like soup. And then Haridas Thakur said that the sun has not yet come on the horizon, but we are seeing the first rays of the sun come before the sun appears. And what happens with those first rays? All the ghosts run away, all the bad spirits, thieves also run away. Thieves are thinking, the thief can come in the darkness and steal from your house, but when the sun's first rays of the sun is there, the thief thinks, oh, my time of stealing is over. Now I will go to sleep. But so the first rays of the sun has not appeared on the horizon, and yet the thieves go away, the ghosts and bad spirits go away. So all these results of liberation and the relief from all one's sins, like ghosts and bad spirits, they will go away with Namabash. Not even with the holy name is not on the horizon of your heart. So what is on, when the holy name is on the horizon of your heart, then you will get the real effect of the chanting of the holy name. The full effect of chanting the holy name is that one is chanting in pure love of God, with prema, with devotion. So this is the real effect of Shuddhanam, not the effect of Namabash. Anyone in Singapore, you have any question?
No, Maharaj. The question will be, are we having a meeting today, tomorrow?
Yeah, we said we would do that. I don't know.
Okay.
It is very late, right?
No, we are okay. No worries. Tuesday.
What time is it? Midnight?
Yes, no, Maharaj. It's it's going to be close to midnight, 10 minutes to midnight, but we could have it either, maybe Tuesday is also fine for us.
Or Monday. Is Monday okay?
Monday is tomorrow for us.
That's what Ashram Maharaj was saying later in the day for us, before we take rest, but morning time for you. I don't see why we should have. We can have a meeting when you wake up, rather than.
We can. Yes, we can.
Rather than keeping you awake, we can. This time of night for you is only suitable to decide who we want to put in chains and who we want to, shoot, or like that. That is good. This is a good time for that. Who we want to lock in chains, or who we want to beat, or who we want to shoot.
What time will be? Say at 7 o'clock in your time, Ravindra Krishna. What will be the time in California?
7 hours from now. It will be 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
All right. So it will be 6 o'clock here in Mexico, in Colombia.
Is that a good time?
What about Europe?
Europe? Forget Europe.
No, not to forget Europe.
Europe, it will be 4 in the morning, Maharaj. Nobody gets up at 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning, yes. Very difficult.
Yeah. And that is just England. 5 in the morning for Spain.
Okay.
So, Maharaj, who else will be joining us? I hope some devotees will join us too.
I mean, if you want to have it at the meeting at the midnight hour, we can finish. We can finish this meeting. We can finish this meeting now, and we can start in 7 minutes.
Yes, Maharaj, that'll be great, because some leaders are already here, so we could start it immediately.
All right. So
I'm okay. I can stay late night. No worries.
Did I finish this story that I was reading?
Okay. Yes, Maharaj.
You can finish, Maharaj. We can start.
Finish.
One page more.
Of course.
The next story. This is called The Speck of Dust of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Mat. Sincerity is always necessary in our practicing life. Sincerity is most necessary in our life. Gurudev also said that many devotees may have sincerity, but only 10% or 5% of the devotees have chastity. These are Gurudev's words. When Srila Raghunath Das Goswami stayed at Radhakund, some devotee, a Brajabasi, used to every day bring him some buttermilk in a donut, a bowl made from leaves. One time, the devotee could not bring a bowl from the usual place, and instead he brought it from some other place. Das Goswami threw it away. He said, I only accept a bowl from Radhakund or Kusham Sarovara. That is the kind of chastity they have. They are Radharani's followers, not followers of anybody else. So someone brought him someone found a bowl that was bigger, leaf plate bowl, and they brought him that bowl, and then Raghunath Das Goswami asked where it was come from, and they told him this from this place, and he said, that is the place of Chandravali. I don't want that. And he threw that bowl away with the buttermilk. You are devotees of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Mat, and Gurudev says that you are all on the ship of Chaitanya Saraswat Mat, and everybody has to come under one umbrella. Sometimes we have some problem or some ego. We hear, come under one umbrella, but we bring our own raincoat. Another time Gurudev said to me, if you become a speck of dust, Duli Kana, or of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Mat, then I will make one place for you. He told me that. He also told me the story about A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada. When he went to America, he went once to the jail to see one of his disciples. When he saw him, that disciple cried and said, I earned some money and gave it all to you to make a temple in Vrindavan, Krishna Balaram, but what has happened? Why am I in this kind of position? Why am I in jail? But Prabhupada said, this is your previous karma, but you have given a donation for the temple, so do not worry. Then a place is reserved for you in Goloka Vrindavan. This is called service result, service mood. And I was told that, some of the followers of Ramanujacharya, they helped him build a temple, but they were thieves, right? Does anyone know that story? Can someone say?
Maharaj, is that the story of the Alvars?
Of the Alvars? I don't know if that. I don't know if that's the story of the Alvars. I think they are more south. They are more like Vaishnavas, but not exactly. Vaishnavas, the Alvars, have some line of devotion and some type, but I don't think it's the story of them. I think this is a story of some people who were actually thieves, but they were stealing and robbing for building a grand temple. So anyway, even later, they all left this world by, I believe, someone know that story?
Yes, Maharaj. So there was a Alvar called Tirumangai Alvar, and he led a group of robbers, sort of like his disciples or understudies, to rob so that they could build a temple. Something like that, to that effect. Tirumangai Acharya, that was what his name was. So yeah, they went on a heist, sort of, at Sri Rangam to build a temple.
But I also understand by divine arrangement, all those persons who were thieves, they also left this world under some, I mean, they were utilized, their energy was utilized, but then they were no longer to continue in that, and something happened to them. You don't know that part of the story, right?
Yeah, I just know roughly, based a little bit on whatever I mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, even sometimes thieves persons who are by nature, little devious nature, they may be able to gain some sukriti even by their activities. So anyway, now 9 o'clock, by the will of Ashramars, is this okay for you, or you have?
No, for me it's okay. I don't know. I think the ones we need to consider are those who have very late or very late schedule.
Well, they're the ones who we're talking. This is Ravindra Krishna, and
for me it's fine. We are here right now. It's 11 o'clock.
So since we were to not bring up, as you said, managerial topics, I will end this meeting right now, and then we'll start with another meeting. So, Jai Saparikara Shishi Guru Guranga Gandharvika Giridhari Juki. Jai Saparikara Shishi Guru Guranga Gandharva Govinda Sundar Juki. Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parabhajakacharya Ashtatara Sadashi Shimad Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parabhajakacharya Ashtatara Sadashi Shimad Srila Bhakti Sundar Govinda Dev Goswami Maharaj Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parabhajakacharya Ashtatara Sadashi Shimad Srila Bhakti Rakak Sridhar Dev Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai, all the assembled devotees Ki Jai, Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Okay, this meeting is now finished, right?
Dandavas Maharaj, who's going to send us the link for the next meeting?
Jai Srila Bhakti Pavan Janardhan Maharaj Ki Jai. Jai Srila Bhakti Kusum Ashram Maharaj Ki Jai.
Jai, Jai, Jai. Jai.
Now we finished
Dandavat.
the meeting in divine memory of Srila Acharya Maharaj and trying to spread his teachings and some nourishment to those who are feeling bereavement in their heart. Now we will start some meeting under the, now I will start another meeting, Oma Jnana Timarandasya Gyana Janashvakaya Chakshuru Militamina Tasmai Shri Gurave Nama Gurva Bhistam Sapurukam. Well, I'm going to start this meeting. Now, this meeting, if somebody feels that this is not what they want to talk about, they don't want to talk about managerial things, those devotees don't have to be here, and those who want to hear about what's going to happen with the mission, we can discuss that. But I will also say that I have not reached any real conclusion myself. I am thinking how to go. I am considering how I will proceed. Like, I heard the saying that when, what is it, caterpillar or something goes from one leaf to another, does not leave that leaf before it puts feet on the new leaf, but doesn't leave the old leaf. So I want to proceed in such a way that I will not be in mid-air. I want to be able to proceed in a way that I think will be continuation and recognizing the divine desire of Acharya Maharaj, but at the same time and go in such a way that people will feel that they are getting nourishment and comfort. Now, I will just state that if you listen to some of the commentaries of some persons, they will say, well, we do not see a declaration or proclamation of video or written of Acharya Maharaj about Srila Bhakti Tilak Nariha Maharaj. That was one of the arguments, I think, given, maybe I won't, given here, maybe. And I will say, okay, there's not that declaration written, and perhaps Acharya Maharaj left this world untimely. It was not his, he was, a little before he left, he was a little concerned because he thought there would be some political change in Bengal, and that who would come to position would help him in attaining again the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math. And that did not happen. And he was a little bit sad about that happening. And then we find that suddenly, very short time after that, Acharya Maharaj left this world, and everyone was shocked and very much concerned about that. And that is why we are having these meetings on Sunday, as Ashram Maharaj expressed, because we're trying to give some satisfaction to the hearts of the devotees who are suffering in separation from Acharya Maharaj. That was the purpose of this. And then Praneshwari said, so can you read from guidance? And I read a little bit from guidance. Acharya Maharaj was sometimes reading from guidance also. So, and I started at the beginning. And since there was a mention about the continuation of the succession mentioned by Srila Govinda Maharaj, and some strong words there published by Govinda Maharaj. Now, unfortunately, there are people in our mission who don't recognize it. Although this is mentioned, declaration of succession, the next Acharya, a miracle, my desire, my order, and my wish, by Govinda Maharaj, establishing Acharya Maharaj. But not everybody in the mission recognizes that. And that is unfortunate, because there even was a declaration, there was something written down, and more or less something strong like this, saying, if you cannot work with, first it was, people couldn't even recognize what Guru Maharaj said. They didn't accept Govinda Maharaj. And Guru Maharaj said these same words, if you can't recognize this, you can't accept it, then okay, but please get out. He said like that. And one of the persons he referred to and was made to nicely get out of the mission was this Bhakti Nandan Swami Maharaj, who was Nimai, who lived with Guru Maharaj, and now they brought him back to the Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Math, or maybe he's gone now. I don't know which way it is, but he was brought there. He was brought back by Ranajit. And Ranajit was very successful in betraying Srila Govinda Maharaj. A very good betrayer. Close to Govinda Maharaj. I knew him as a young boy. He traveled with Govinda Maharaj. And later, when he became mature, he became a fully grown betrayer. So that was very nice. Anyway, or not nice, actually. I shouldn't say nice. It's not. And then, by their will, they brought Nimai to the mission, who Govinda Maharaj got through Amiya Ashan. One person, he got him to get Nimai out of there. And now he was brought back. So the whole thing, people couldn't recognize Srila Sridhar Maharaj's desire to establish Govinda Maharaj. They caused him some trouble. And that led to betrayal. Even in those times, people like Badri Narayan and others betrayed Govinda Maharaj. Then Govinda Maharaj, he established Srila Acharya Maharaj. And that was his desire. And I saw, for instance, Bhakti Prapana Tirtha Maharaj. Acharya Maharaj said if somebody wants to accept disciples, they can accept disciples, but not within the Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Math. So Tirtha Maharaj, he has his disciples in Assam and other things like that. But he's not directly in the Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Math. But I don't have to, like, if I see him, I don't have to not want to be touched by his shadow or anything like that. I don't feel like that. But he has disciples not in the Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Math. Now we hear that we were told something by Ravindra Krishna Prabhu, or that I believe you told, about Shanta Maharaj, that he is accepting disciples and everything. Is this true?
Maharaj, I don't know if he's accepting disciples right now, but today he is celebrating his appearance day, his holy appearance day, his Vyasa Puja today, attended by Bhakti Puri Maharaj, Madhava Puri Maharaj in New Jersey, and few others. And many of them are calling him as Gurudev. So I believe that he's on the way of doing.
Who is calling him Gurudev?
Some South Indian disciples that followed him from South India to our parikrams. I've seen them there. So they're establishing him, and he's pretty fine with that, and he's okay, and he's accepting the glorification in the Zoom. I think it's in the YouTube. You can check it out. So he's on the way there. He's made a decision. I think it's very clear.
And then the question, all right. So Bhakti.
And the question is he's using our platform.
Then Bhakti Madhapuri Maharaj is also his guru. His guru is also Swarup Damodar Maharaj and Bhakti Madhapuri Maharaj. He accepts them as gurus. So I would say, okay, that's all right. A little different line than us. That is not exactly our line. But okay. You could also say, all right, for instance, he is not a follower, he is not directly, he has sannyas given by Acharya Maharaj. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, Maharaj.
All right. So, for instance, I had first, second, and sannyas given by Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and then I asked Srila Sridhar Maharaj to tell me the sannyas mantra and give me a name, and Srila Sridhar Maharaj, with Srila Govinda Maharaj, they did that. But somebody could say, well, you're initiating persons in California, but you're not a direct disciple of Srila Sridhar Maharaj or Srila Govinda Maharaj. So how are you doing that? And I would say, by Govinda Maharaj's order, but it's a little different to have disciples in California or to have disciples in Mexico or other places. That's a little different than being the Acharya of the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math. The Acharya of the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, who is the successor to Srila Sridhar Maharaj, he is the pure disciple of Srila Sridhar Maharaj, that is Srila Bhakti Sundar Govinda Dev Goswami Maharaj. And who is the successor of Srila Govinda Maharaj? He is the pure disciple of Srila Govinda Maharaj, that is Srila Bhakti Nirmal Acharya Maharaj. He has first, second, and sannyas from Srila Govinda Maharaj. And who will be the successor of Srila Acharya Maharaj? He should be the disciple completely of Srila Acharya Maharaj. He should not be, it should not be like us, that he's maybe have sannyas from Srila Acharya Maharaj. He should be the full disciple of Srila Acharya Maharaj. I mean, if we're going to talk about how things in an ideal situation, now you could say, if you do not have such a pure person who is first, second, and sannyas of Acharya Maharaj, or for one reason or another, if he had not had any disciples who had first, second, and sannyas, then they would say, well, maybe some other arrangement could be made. And in the case of Bhakti Sharanga Goswami Maharaj, some persons had chosen another Acharya, and then Srila Sridhar Maharaj said, no, the person who is the successor of Srila Bhakti Sharanga Goswami Maharaj should be the pure disciple of Goswami Maharaj. He shouldn't be maybe have some sannyas from Bhakti Sharanga Goswami Maharaj, but he should be his disciple. So we will also say that. And although there's no formal declaration, it's maybe not written that this person will be my successor, or maybe, and I don't know, has been spoken or not spoken, but various persons have heard it directly from the mouth of Acharya Maharaj that he wanted Bhakti Tilak Niriha Maharaj to be his successor, and he was trying to train him to have that position. Now there is some argument. Somebody can say, well, he's very young. He's 26, 27 years old. Should he be given that position now? That is what I think Brajanath was saying. This should be declared now and everything. And in one sense, I don't really have a problem with that. And Ravindra Krishna says they've already put Niriha Maharaj's picture on the altar. And I say, I don't have a problem with that so much. But if you say it should be happening now, that he should wait, then you would say, wait for what? Wait for what? That somebody else will try and take his position? This kind of argument could be given. So, in other words, but I don't know when it comes to the point of some proclamation that this should be proclaimed to the whole society or this should be decreed. You know, I don't know what should be decreed or told. I believe that Bhakti Tilak Narasimha Maharaj was wanted by Acharya Maharaj to be his successor, and he was training him for that purpose. But what should happen now? That is the question, and that was what was brought up by Brajanath. He said, oh, this should happen now. It should be declared to everybody. But whether you can just declare something, okay, that is the point brought up by Brajanath. Now, Ashram Maharaj, since you didn't originally want to talk about managerial things, but we're in now some post-meeting about managerial things, I still don't know exactly in what way to proceed for the whole society. You know, how, because I even heard from devotees who were serving Acharya Maharaj in India, who were his direct servants. They said, well, we're not necessarily right now, we want to remember the memory of Acharya Maharaj, etc., and we're not ready for some, they said, we're not ready for some proclamation. Now, I don't know, if it's not Narasimha Maharaj, who else will be Acharya Maharaj's successor? I'm not going to, personally, I'm not going to accept that someone else, for instance, I don't want to vilify, I don't want to declare that Shanta Maharaj is a bad person or anything like that. I don't want to declare that. But at the same time, what should be done now? Now, I've asked this question first. Ashram Maharaj, he's on this illustrious Acharya board, but he's also, I believe, probably one of the final trust board members. Are you, Maharaj? Sound. No sound.
The sound is okay now?
Yeah.
Very good. So, I think this meeting should be, first of all, scheduled at a proper, a convenient time for everyone. And we should also invite those who would like to participate. At least should be like 1-2 devotees from each country. Each country of those who are participating now. If they want to be more, no problem with that. But that will be very good. Otherwise, today's meeting, we are going to have, 20 persons. Then next following meeting, perhaps we are going to have, a different personnel. And then we will not have some.
Right now we have 114.
Well, that's good. That's good. And if everyone wants to participate, very good. No problem with that.
Well, we also have another meeting tomorrow. Like we had this meeting starting at 7 o'clock. That's already late for Singapore. It's already 10 o'clock at night.
No. It's midnight.
Maharaj, we are fine. Don't worry about the lateness. We are perfectly fine.
Jaya
all,
7 o'clock in the morning is not midnight. It's 10 o'clock at night in Singapore.
Okay.
No, we are fine, Maharaj. We are fine with the time.
Chanda Devidas is here. Chanda Devidas is here.
Yes, Maharaj, aquí estoy. Estoy escuchando todo.
Bien hecho. También tenemos aquí a Saraswati Devidasi. I appreciate very much that some of our God sisters are here. Parama Bhakti, I'm seeing her also here in the screen. Very good.
Also Ramasundar from India, I think is here, right?
Ramasundar. There is one Vishondut Ramdin. Who is Vishondut Ramdin?
Aduksha Das from Mauritius.
Whom?
Aduksha Das from Mauritius.
Dandavat, Sadhoksaya, Dandavat.
Dandavat Maharaj. Dandavat Maharaj. Dandavat.
Okay. Then from very different countries, it will be very good. We can have some person. So now, meeting Maharaj, as you already have expressed some background. Now, what is our problem right now? What is our problem, or the problem we are facing right now? First of all, that Srila Acharya Maharaj left this world, and we were not thinking about that. We were thinking that he will be here for a long time. No? Now, in his absence, what is happening? Naturally, we think it is because of the suddenly act of his disappearance. No, there was no chance to organize anything and left things organized. But Srila Govinda Maharaj also, at the time when his departure, he had time. He organized things, and he made a very good. As we can see, as we can say, he left one way or other a very proper will and the properties and this and that. But no, it seems that now we are facing not only the problem with our mission in the sense of the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, original Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math with all of its branches around the world. In India, mostly in India, that is a fact. But now, with the disappearance of Srila Acharya Maharaj, also we are facing these things, but I think we are facing now, I don't know what is the present condition. See, our organization is almost non-existent, do not exist. Our organization, in the sense that we just talk about one person, unfortunately, Paribrayak Maharaj, he just left also this world. But the devotees who were very intimately connected with Acharya Maharaj, I think they should be in this meeting. They should be the ones participating more, like Sudevi, Kamalendu, Sadhu Maharaj, and some other devotees, like this Paribrayak Maharaj. Fortunately, we have not him anymore. But there are how do you say, Sajan Maharaj from Venezuela, a very long time devotee who have served the mission, at least in ISKCON times. Now, lately he came and took shelter of Srila Acharya Maharaj. Then we have Lakshmi Kanti, devotees who had so long time with Acharya Maharaj and who are very important for us to have. That is, of course, we have almost like completely, you see, we are not having any connection practically with any Bengali, except with the devotees, say, for instance, of Delhi, that we know, Jai Kumar, Ramasundar Prabhu, Madhu Mangal, all doctors, Kanta Krishna, Sanjeev Prabhu, Sandeep. But in the Bengal side, we almost don't have anyone, except those who are opposite, to Srila Acharya Maharaj. And the ones who were in his side, now suddenly, very surprisingly, have become like Santo Maharaj. They have become aside from us. Then what is our problem at present? And I think naturally we need to define that and see what is our present condition. Some of the devotees in previous meetings, just to explain to all the audience here, in our previous meetings, many devotees explained to us from Indian law that the most important thing of all right now was to secure the properties. How? Oh, by making a board of senior devotees, all loyal to Srila Acharya Maharaj, who will represent legally the society formed by him. Formed by him means these new temples he added to the mission during his administration, during his leadership, executing the service that Srila Govinda Maharaj gave to him. He built new temples. He had to move outside from the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, establish the temple of, Nishinghapali. But also he established a temple in Ganga Sagar. He established a temple in Siliguri. Well, that from the time of Srila Govinda Maharaj. He established the temple naturally, the temple in Eka Chakra. That also from the times of Srila Govinda Maharaj. In Tarakeshwar, very good. And some other temples that I don't even know. And he also built a very nice communities, Bengali devotees communities with some leaders there. Where are all these people? We need to get in touch with them. Otherwise, we are getting together, but we will decide upon what we are going to do in the West. All right. Then, but if we want still to count the mission, the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat mission, like related to our communities in the West, then we need to find out how to secure this mission of Srila Acharya Maharaj. That mission who was entrusted to him by Srila Govinda Maharaj. And that later on he continued during 10, 12 years, very commanding, that he not only took care of it, but developed it and preached around, especially, etc., which Srila Acharya Maharaj had in order to run the mission there in India. Naturally, if that, even though it may be a little, it can be established strongly, then we will have even some phase to deal with the major institution, which is the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math. At present, in the hands of some, as Maharaj already said, in the hands of some devotees who care a little less about whatever we can say or we cannot say.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say, Maharaj, is unlike other organizations like maybe ISKCON, etc., we are not so much, in one sense, an institution. I mean, we have mutts and ashrams all over the world, but we don't really have, in one sense, from the very beginning. It is not like some law governing all the institutions, all the centers of the institutions. We don't have that. And nor in one sense is that so surprising, because like maybe by law, you don't have in every country that Govinda Maharaj, whatever he wanted would be the law, whatever he wanted to buy would be bought, whatever he wanted to be sold would be sold, whatever he wanted the devotees to do would be done. This is not a law. This is not a law, but just like whatever Govinda Maharaj wanted, we are doing. Whatever he didn't want, we are doing. Whatever he wanted to purchase, we are purchasing. What he wants to not have, we are not having. He's giving the instructions, and we are following him as the Acharya. Now, when Govinda Maharaj left this world, then we saw in some places the devotees accepted the divine will of Govinda Maharaj and they followed Acharya Maharaj. Other persons followed him only in the sense that they took a picture with him and then they showed that picture on some page and some people didn't even have a picture. So anyway, we are not an institution, but I still remember the words of Govinda Maharaj. He said, I am not worried about the West, I'm worried about India. So for me, I'm saying we're not an institution. There, Ravindra Krishna in Singapore, he may do as he likes. He's running the temple there, and he's running it with praying to the lotus feet of our divine acharyas and to Acharya Maharaj, and with his will, he says, he's put the picture of Nariha Maharaj on his altar. he can do like that. There's no, as far as I can see, there's no reason, no law that he cannot do like that. And we don't really even have law in this mission. So he can do like that. And we can do as we can also do in some sense as we want. But I'm just saying, by my desire, I'm not going to put right now Nuri Hamar's picture on our altar. I accept that he is the divine successor of Acharya Maharaj, but I believe if I put his picture on the altar at this exact moment, it's going to be a lot of problems here. I would not want my picture on the altar, to be honest. So, you know, how to proceed. Now, for instance, we heard from Brajanath, and he's in Mexico, and he said what should be done. But although Govinda Maharaj put Ashram Maharaj in charge of Mexico, as far as I understand, Brajanath doesn't follow Ashram Maharaj. So I'm not necessarily ready to follow the decree of Brajanath also. You know, he can decree what he wants, and in his house he can do whatever he wants. But now my question is, first of all, Govinda Maharaj was concerned about India. Acharya Maharaj lived in India. He was the Acharya for India and the whole world. But how to control or how to make some order and peace out of India? We already had one person more or less say to us in a polite way, all of you are foreigners, and whatever you decide, I urinate on your decision. More or less he said like that. Now I'm not going to mention anybody's name, but I think you know who I'm talking about, right? So what can we do to protect the mission in India? We tried to have a meeting. We tried to have a meeting of all the devotees and come together and give some, let's say, some shelter to the devotees and ask that they all meet and then they give some, they consult with Nariha Maharaj and they follow him and then work with him and try to establish the mission. And we wanted to have that. And then we heard from persons, oh, you can't have that meeting because there's lockdown. But I made my own meeting. So in my meeting, I was declared as God in my meeting. So, or as vice president. And I had some people declare that also. And then we said, oh, I'm sorry, we don't accept your meeting, we don't accept the results. So anyway, what can we do? We have very little control over India, and we wanted to have that meeting. But I feel that is really part of the essential thing. Now, you mentioned Shantamarj. Where does he stay? As far as I understand, he stays in Nishingapali. Is that correct? Or am I incorrect?
Yes, you are correct, Maharaj. He's staying in Nishingapali.
He stays on one floor, and Nariha Marsh is on the other floor. And obviously, they're not in agreement. Now, you have a situation. Now, if I have somebody who is against me, I will not usually have him live in the same house as me. So obviously things are very chaotic, right? Am I right in saying this? And then you're going to make a decree, but you can't, what are you going to decree? And what are you going to do to help the situation in India? I mean, you can do in your temple as you like. You can do in your temple as you like. And if somebody feels, oh, it is the divine will of Acharya Maharaj that Nariha Maharaj's picture be on the altar. Okay, can do that if somebody really can. I think they should be under the consultation of who they're working with. But anyway, can do that. But still, I don't know, what are you going to do about the problem if you have a fire in your house? How are you going to put that fire out? That would seem to to me to be the first question. Not what I'm going to do to paint the house and everything, but how am I going to put the fire out that's going on in my own house? Now, we should have a meeting that we want to put out the fire. So we'll schedule it for next month. Fire is going in our house, and we'll get a meeting of everyone how to put out the fire. I mean, this is what's kind of going on in my mind a little bit. I see the situation in India as a little bit like a fire. There's a fire in the house, and how are you going to put that fire out? That is concerned, you know. I'm not so much, you know.
Janardhan Maharaj and Ashram Maharaj, I'm Jayashree here. The latest that I heard is actually that Niriha Maharaj is actually dealing with some of the paperwork in India. No, I cannot really tell in detail, but actually we can arrange a meeting with Niriha Maharaj on a secured platform where he can explain to us and tell us actually what he has been doing from this the time that this the news of Shanta Maharaj trying to take over the Acharya chair. He has not been quiet. I know that he has been doing some work in the background, so not to attract too much attention, but definitely he has been doing something. So really, for us to know, we have to go to straight to Niriha Maharaj, but and ask. He will inform us, and then perhaps, you know, just to appease the devotees that are, you know, missing Silacharya Dev and wondering what is happening. I mean, this is just my suggestion. Perhaps we can just put a picture of Niriha Maharaj next to our altar, not on the altar, perhaps, you know, but perhaps on the wall somewhere where we can also glorify him, you know, glorify Niriha Maharaj when we are doing our puja, you know. So we can start with that. But really, as you say, Maharaj, I do agree with you. The problem is, I think, not with the devotees in the West. We are all very loyal to Silacharya Dev. The issue is actually now with what's happening in India, and the only person who can answer us that question is Niriha Maharaj, what he has been actually been doing, because I really cannot tell him. Cannot tell you 100% that I know everything that he's doing, but I have been told that he has been doing some work in the background, you know. So really, that we need to get Niriha Maharaj, to invite Niriha Maharaj. Sorry for saying it, but invite Niriha Maharaj to perhaps a secure meeting, Ashram Maharaj, you know, because right now we don't know who is our friend and who is our foe. That is the situation. We've been through this so many times. Every time that the Acharya leave, you know, it just happened to us. Perhaps we need to go straight to Niriha Maharaj. He is the one who can answer all our questions actually, and then get the senior Bengali devotees also on the Zoom. If we can arrange a Zoom, also to come back on the Zoom, and then find a devotee, perhaps even Tyagi Maharaj again, someone who will do a proper translation that they can understand what we are asking them. I mean, this is what I feel should be done, you know, because we don't know. We also all in the dark. We don't know what's happening there. We are assuming this is done, and in fact, Sadhu Maharaj told me that Silacharya Dev has prepared a media room for Silacharya Dev in Narsimhapali. Perhaps we should encourage Niriha Maharaj to use the media room so that when he comes on the Zoom, we have better connection with him, you know, instead of it breaking off so many times. Perhaps he feels that it was done for Silacharya Dev, it should not use, but we must actually stress to Niriha Maharaj that it is his seva now. The devotees want to hear from him, they want to see him, you know. This is what I feel, Maharaj.
Well, I also feel that something, maybe some explanation, some questions and everything should be done and made, and then some meeting should be had with Nariya Maharaj, and the persons who are at least people present there should be. I mean, if Nariya Maharaj speaks Hindi, they can speak Hindi. If he speaks Bengali, they should speak Bengali, and there can be some other persons present. But to be fair to him, the meeting should be done in a language which he speaks. He doesn't speak so much English. Now you can translate, but I saw that it was difficult to have so many things going on, you know, like, so maybe a meeting with some leaders is possible, but not with everybody, because we want to be able to, at the same time, people want to ask some questions, so maybe they can ask the questions and write the questions down and see what they want to say. But I don't understand exactly the situation, how, if someone is, first of all, I would want to know, how is Nuri Hamar's being protected? How is he being protected? Just like we want to know, how is Acharya Maharaj protected? Now I remember he had... Yes, go ahead.
Actually, I did suggest to Sadhu Maharaj that we can send Anandamoy Prabhu to
that would be
Narsimha.
good. That would be very good.
Yes, to Narsimha to be as a protection, but I feel that Niriha Maharaj is feeling that Anandamoy now with Parivaraj Maharaj not being there, Anandamoy because with Sudevi and Arati Didi and with Krishna Sundari Didi and just a few handful that his service there is now needed. I feel this is a situation that I would feel that Niriha Maharaj would be thinking that, so really this is also my main concern that Niriha Maharaj has proper protection, because we don't know the ways of the people of anybody. We have seen it so many times. We've seen danger when Acharya Dev's life was in danger also. So the same situation would happen to Niriha Maharaj. So we really need to look. That's why we need to talk to Maharaj actually. You and Maharaj and Ashram Maharaj need to.
Anandamoy would be a good person to go there if he could go there.
Yes.
Now, as far as I understand, Sadhu Maharaj is leaving India.
Yes, his ticket was delayed for another month, because I've been in communication. I've been actually raising all these questions with Sadhu Maharaj, who's protecting Niriha Maharaj, So he is saying his ticket has been delayed for 1 month, for another month,
Yeah, he would have left though, but he could not get a flight out.
Yes.
All right. So then, where Sudevi? I had not heard from Sudevi in many weeks.
I just spoke to her yesterday, Maharaj, because we are making some arrangement for Parivaraj Maharaj personal belongings and and trying to get some funds to pay for his hospital bills and all that. So I'm in contact with Sudevi and Kamalindu. So they are very brave. They are very brave. It is very difficult for them. It was like reliving what they had to go through with Acharya Dev. And of course, I don't know if the pictures were sent to you. Niriya Maharaj personally saw to the funeral arrangements for Parivaraj Maharaj. So he is there. So really the best person, like getting the news from the horse's mouth, as they say in English, he is actually the best person that we can actually talk to. We're all guessing what's happening. We don't know actually, So he is the best person. And if it's difficulty in English, we get somebody who can speak Bengali and then translate,
And perhaps, for instance, I don't have any pictures of Nuri Hamar, so if you want to send some pictures of Nuri Hamar, it's good.
Dandavats Maharaj, sorry Maharaj for interruption. I just want to say some things. I think the fire could be easily put off, very easily. I think the big word is called support. Supporting Srila Acharya Maharaj's desire. Are we really very serious about it? Are we going to take action on his desire? I think he's spoken to many. I think he also spoken to you, Maharaj, about he's preparing Niraya Maharaj. We have video recordings on the 1st of May that he has glorified so much about Niraya Maharaj. None other person that he glorified. And I fully agree with you. The next successor should be a disciple of his own. So Niraya Maharaj fits into the bill very well, because we have been very close contact with Srila Acharya Maharaj almost every week in a Zoom meeting with him. So he has very good feel about Niraya Maharaj. So that part is settled. So it's the big question where if the world can support, I mean, we would not be able to get 100 people to support this. Of course, there will be many differences. From Srila Prabhupada time to Sridhar Maharaj time, we all know that we will get 100% support. That's for sure. But we have an Acharya board with 4 people. If the majority would agree, I think we should go on a majority basis, and that decision could be made. Another suggestion that came by Jeshri, which I agree, that we can get Niraya Maharaj into the Zoom, and with all the leaders of the country or the vice president would come together and talk to Niraya Maharaj, how he feels, what can be done, what kind of support he needs, and we can attend that immediately. So if the world would support, I think the Indian contingent is not will not be a huge problem, because I have spoken to some, and they are very supportive of Niraya Maharaj. Actually, they are. So with majority, we can decide on that. And also in the last meeting, Kamalendu Prabhu, also which is very close to Acharya Maharaj, has expressed that yes, this Niraya Maharaj, that Acharya Maharaj was always talking to the close associates like Sudevi, like Kamalendu, even Parivajja Maharaj. I'm talking to Parivajja Maharaj almost every day on the phone. I was with him on the phone up to 12:30 midnight on the day he had a heart attack. So after talking to me 4 hours later, he had a heart attack. So up to then, he was okay. I was speaking to him, and he was glorifying Niraya Maharaj up to the last breath of his. So much that I know, then what we need is actually to support Acharya Maharaj's desire. That should be the main point. And I think if we could address that, it solve the problem. Another thing, Maharaj, Srila Acharya Maharaj over in Singapore has given initiation to dying people. To elderly people, they were in the dying bed. He gave them initiation via the phone. And he was so kind and merciful. Now, there are going to be a lot of dying people, I believe. And we are preaching. And I don't know, will I be alive tomorrow? But they need the mercy. We need to connect them first. We need to help these people. We need to help the conditioned souls. That's our mission. So I say, why are we waiting? We should be able to do that kind of service. Help Niraya Maharaj to establish. I mean, if Sukadev Goswami was 16 years old, Prahlad Maharaj was 5 years old. If there's a question on this, I think that should not be consideration at all. In our line, in spiritual life, there will never be a consideration. Age is never a consideration. These people are coming, yugas after yugas to help the jiva souls. So I see that, and the big word is support. We cannot expect 100% to support. If we have the majority, we can move forward. We can speak to Niraya Maharaj, see what he needs, support him. That's it. His picture is very easy to get, Maharaj. I can send you a very nice one. Yeah, so let's do that. I think that will be great, and everybody will be at peace, and we can move forward. If somebody wants to take initiation from Santa Maharaj, if somebody wants to take initiation from this Maharaj, that is also allowed. I mean, Srila Govinda Maharaj has given all the blessings for you to give initiation, for Ashram Maharaj to give initiation, for Tirupati Maharaj. We are very happy. As long as somebody is in touch, in connected, we are all very happy, and we give full respect to all these decisions. But the Acharya of the
mark is a different thing, as you said. It is a different thing. So that can be established, and all of us could support that, and that is the desire of Srila Acharya Maharaj. Then our spiritual life is always successful, because what we heard and what we heard from you, we have been taught by you, all these people, that your spiritual life is successful when you satisfy the spiritual master, and that's all. So as simple as that. So that's what we're trying to do. So if we can have the support, that will be the best, and we can make a decision fast and move forward then, rather than wondering with so many other things. We're not going to finish this, Maharaj. It's going to be tough for us as well, and it's hurting everyone, really. So this will peace. This will give us the peace. This will give us the direction to move forward, and let's do it together.
May I say something?
Yeah.
May I say something?
Yes.
Sila Bhakti Pawan Janardhan Maharaj, Danda Pranam Sila Bhakti Kusumasra Maharaj, Puri Maharaj, and all the devotees. Danda Pranam. I mean, we also have to recognize that maybe this is a little bit premature, perhaps to place someone in the altar so suddenly. I mean, if somebody is really sincere to take initiation at this moment, we also have acharyas at the moment that were appointed by Srila Bhakti Sundar Govinda Deva Goswami Maharaj. I mean, I will give my full support also to Bhakti Tilak Niriha Maharaj. There is no doubt about it. But I mean, there is so much going on, and even the disciples of Srila Acharya Maharaj are just adjusting to this idea that they just lost their Gurudev, right? And I have to share something that I recently heard. First, a few years back, when Srila Bhakti Sundar Govinda Deva Goswami Maharaj departed, one of his disciples told me directly, he said, "Oh, I need to go to India now and take this initiation from Srila Acharya Dev." And I said, "But you are a disciple of Gurudev. I mean, he is your Gurudev. You have a Gurudev. It's not that one Gurudev leaves and the other, there is a successor, and then we're going to put our Gurudev in a cupboard. It's not like that. He's the Guru of our lives." So and then recently, when Srila Acharya Deva departed, there is one disciple of Srila Acharya Deva asked me something similar, like, "I don't know, Bhakti Tilak Niriha Maharaj. I don't know him. How can I accept him as my Gurudev?" And I had to clarify, I have to explain to him a little bit. But I would like very much to hear this clarification from Srila Bhakti Pawan Janardhan Maharaj, because I think there is a confusion on this particular point of, you have your Gurudev, and then there is a successor, and how to adjust that relationship. And of course, some disciples may have their own instruction from their Gurudev as well, personal instruction. And of course, we want to give our support and our love and affection to the appointed Acharya, no doubt, definitely. But we also have wonderful, exemplary, stalwart Acharyas at the moment, which can also give initiation to those sincere seekers that really want it right now, isn't it? So we are very, very blessed by having them, and we are a very big family. Family includes disciples of Srila Bhakti, Srila Sridhar Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, Srila Acharya Dev, and all the Acharyas. We are big families, and we need to be together and keep together for the service of their mission, isn't it? We cannot forget that. What is the basis of our mission? So I will really ask Srila Bhakti Pawan Janardhan Maharaj to give some clarification on this, because please correct me if I am wrong, but I have to, we have to clarify this. I think it's important. And whatever the decision they make, I will happily accept. I have no problem with any of that. And if I can give any support, I will.
One of the things we said in the beginning is that if there are persons who wanted to take initiation from Acharya Maharaj, that for at least some time we could give those persons initiation in the name of Acharya Maharaj, that they could become disciples of Acharya Maharaj. And we did some persons in London. They had already accepted Acharya Maharaj as their guru, and they were waiting to receive initiation from him. Is that correct? Saraswati.
Yes, Maharaj, yes.
So we initiated those persons in the name of Srila Acharya Maharaj. And I said we could do that. Now, one of the, I'm not meaning this to be wrong or disrespectful, but I was reading in the Chaitanya Bhagavad how when Mahaprabhu was very mischievous, they would be breaking things. They would go to the neighbor's house, sometimes breaking things, and it said Mahaprabhu tied people's doors closed so they could not go outside to go to the bathroom. This was one of the pranks he did. So I know, for instance, Nariha Maharaj lives in what place? He lives in India. He lives where? He lives in Nishringapali. But is his own house even, is it secure? Or is somebody can say, well, he is the Acharya recognized by all of you, but right now he can't come out of his room because his door has been tied closed. You know, I would want to, our Acharya lives in some place, and he needs to live in a place where he has some people with him. Now, even that was a difficulty with Acharya Maharaj, because he did not count on all the help of the Bengalis. The Bengalis did not even always accept Govinda Maharaj. Many of them caused problems, and Govinda Maharaj talked about the nature of many persons. And, you know, so then we saw that there were foreign devotees who came to Navadip to serve Acharya Maharaj, and then Acharya Maharaj had meetings in the Govinda Kund, and he would have thousands of people in those meetings that came for him, but in his own house he did not have so many persons who were there to help him. But disciples came from all over the world to help him. So I'm concerned if we talk about Nariha Maharaj being, you know, he's the successor. Well, Govinda Maharaj, he lived after Guru Maharaj established Srila Govinda Maharaj, what was it, 1985. Govinda Maharaj lived 95, 205, 95, 205, and then to 210, I guess. He lived 25 years. Acharya Maharaj, he did not live so long to really, I mean, his oldest disciple, who he gave initiation to, would have to be 10 or 11 years as a disciple. But I want to know, with Nariha Maharaj, what can be done to give him some shelter and followers and help where he's living? I mean, what is so much the situation? We all recognized Acharya Maharaj, or many of the persons recognized Acharya Maharaj, but Acharya Maharaj didn't have protection in his own place where he was living. And eventually, he had to leave Navadip. He had to leave the temple of Navadip. And he went to Kolkata, and then he established Nishringapali and everything. So can we give some protection to Nariha Maharaj? Can he have some followers? Does it depend on having some election of the Bengalis, or what is to be done? You know, you're asking a question, and I don't know exactly how to answer your question, Saraswati, about Nariha Maharaj. I cannot just see having a declaration and having him recognized, but at the same time, he's not protected. He's not given some place. He doesn't have people with him that he can trust. Where is that? Is that going to happen in the Sringapali? Are there going to be people there who help him, who protect him? I want to know some answers to these questions. I don't want to hear about just saying he's the Acharya and then in his own house it's not secure. This is some question I have, and I think it's important the answer.
Yes, Maharaj. It's important that we actually speak to Niriha Maharaj because he can tell us, because he has his devotees from who were there when the Samadhi of Srila Acharya Dev was going on. They were all from his village, So I'm sure we can arrange some devotees from there to come and be in the Sringapali with him, to give him protection. If Ananda Moy is not able to come, but he is actually the best person because he was with Srila Acharya Dev. We can arrange. That's why we need to speak to Niriha Maharaj or with Shanta Maharaj, actually. Not Shanta Maharaj, I'm sorry, with Sadhu Maharaj, Sadhu Maharaj knows all of them. Or even with Kamal Hindu, he will be able to give us that information. So we need to give Niriha Maharaj the protection, as you say. I agree with you 100%. And I'm sure that all of us, we loved Srila Acharya Dev so much, and he was such a, great personality. He was so strong, and his desire, definitely we all want to make sure that his desire come through. But before that, we need to protect the Acharya, the designated Acharya. We have to protect, because we've seen it. As I reiterate that we have seen it so many times. It happened to all our acharyas in our line, that the persons who are closest to the former acharya are always the ones that are the ones who have, I don't want to use the word betrayed, I don't know, I'm not qualified to use the word, but they have always been the one to lead. When Srila Govinda Maharaj, Srila Gurudev took the chair, it was our leader in Malaysia that was the anti-party, and that was a very difficult time for us. That's why I'm so passionate about this. It was a very difficult time for us. When Gurudev came on his first world tour, he just wanted to, give a small room to Gurudev, like this, and walk through the hall to the bathroom. And Madhusudan Maharaj was shocked that he was going to do that. Finally, my Prabhu, my husband and I, we took a house for Gurudev to come to Malaysia. These are the things that I've been through, and really, it was so heartbreaking for us. He was our leader, and he was the one that we had to put our foot down and say, no, our support. Guru Maharaj said this, Govinda Maharaj is the next Acharya, and that's where we are putting our head. And same now, Srila Acharya Dev said, Niriha Maharaj, yes, we will put our head there. But as you said, Srila Acharya Dev didn't have the time to do what Gurudev did. Because Gurudev, whenever we met him, he told to us, he's my next, he's the one qualified. He introduced us to Srila Acharya Dev. He asked Acharya Dev to come to Malaysia and meet with all the devotees. So we already had a relationship with Srila Acharya Dev when Gurudev left. We already had a relationship. We knew he's our next Acharya. This is where our mission will run. So this is what we don't have now. This is our situation now, actually. All of us, most of us, I can say, have not even seen Niriha Maharaj, I believe. Have not have any conversation, connection with him. But our Guru have said, he is the next. And we put our head there, Maharaj, But the devotees need to get to know him, and he needs to come on the Zoom with us. He must come on the Zoom, introduce himself. This is the thing. But what I heard from the last time, he's telling to you and yourself and to Ashram Maharaj, please tell me what to do. He feels that you are senior devotees, you are the acharyas in the mission now, you are the what should I say, initiating gurus in the mission now, that he feels that he does not want to take the position. If I know in my dealings with Maharaj that he doesn't want to take the position where he's looking like if he is Acharya now, then he is. You understand what I'm saying, Maharaj? So he's looking towards both of you. Please give me the direction. Please tell me like this. You know, he's being humble, as his name says. He's being very humble and looking in. Doesn't want to overstep, seemingly overstep his position. But he's Acharya. He's Acharya. He's a very special personality. If not, Srila Acharya Dev would not have mentioned him. And I believe all of us are surrendered to the wish of Srila Acharya Dev. But Niriha Maharaj, and the best person actually to ask all these things is actually through Niriha Maharaj, because we can think, we can guess, we can imagine, but he is the best person who can give us all the answers actually. Ask him what he wants to do, and we must give him the protection, Maharaj. It's very important that we give him the protection. I believe he's quite an intelligent person. He knows that he's also seeing his own, but then again, see, we need to hear from Maharaj himself.
Dandavats Maharaj, I wish to give an answer to Saraswati Didi, and I am also following up on what Jayshree Didi said, and it is very, very important to quickly act on what Acharya Maharaj wanted. And I'm a disciple of Govinda Maharaj, but following up on what Saraswati Didi said, it's not that we forget our Maharaj. We can never do that. But the biggest compliment we can pay our Gurudev, Govinda Maharaj, is to glorify Acharya Maharaj till our dying day. So it's never that we forget our Maharaj. It is to listen to his instructions. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Akya. So if we want to glorify Govinda Maharaj, we must hold on to the feet of Acharya Maharaj. Otherwise, we have never glorified Govinda Maharaj. And that's the biggest problem that we are facing everywhere. I'm sorry to say, it's not just there is an Indian anti-party, but there's also, sadly, a Western anti-party which cannot follow the instructions of Govinda Maharaj. And that is really sad. And that is also partially financing the problem in India. The problem in India is not the house in fire. The house is on fire in the Western Front as well. And it's very disappointing, very, very disappointing to see people who cannot accept the instructions of Govinda Maharaj. And Govinda Maharaj said, yes, Acharya Maharaj might make mistakes, but he is perfection. So we just listen to Govinda Maharaj. But nobody can accept that. It's very sad, I'm sorry. So if we want to glorify Govinda Maharaj, we wholeheartedly accept Acharya Maharaj, warts and all, whatever. We accept Acharya Maharaj. And if we want to glorify Acharya Maharaj, we have to accept and glorify Tilak Maharaj, and we have to support him. He's actually on an errand right now, which is why he couldn't come online. And if you look at the service that he did for Paribrajak Maharaj, you can bring tears to his eyes, because that's how much committed he was. And Shanta Maharaj was just upstairs. He did not even bother to come and glorify such a great Vaishnava. It's so disappointing to see these things going on. But Tilak Niriha Maharaj is handling it so expertly. I feel he's extremely capable, Maharaj. He's extremely capable. Age, or if we don't know him, doesn't come into play because he was chosen by Acharya Maharaj. That's good enough for everybody. Dandavats.
All right, so.
Maharaj, can I make a comment?
Dandavad Maharaj, Srila Janardhan Maharaj, a todos los devotos, nuestras reverencias. Maharaj, quisiera proponer algo, Maharaj. Me parece que es importante para todos nosotros, porque todos estamos lejos de la situación que está ocurriendo allí en India. Es decir, nuestra impresión, nuestro conocimiento y lo que podamos opinar está en base a lo que nosotros pues realmente a la idea que tenemos de lo que está ocurriendo allí en India.
We translate.
Creo que Shyamasundari Didi está traduciendo allí en el...
Ah, ok.
Sí, pero no entendí bien la pregunta, si la puede repetir.
Ok, no.
Está planteándola.
Sí. Estaba diciendo que debido a que todos los devotos, la mayor parte que estamos acá participando en la reunión de Occidente, occidentales y también allí en Singapur, en Malasia, en África, en Europa, etcétera, en otros sitios, en otras latitudes, estamos dando nuestra opinión en base a lo que nosotros hemos escuchado o a la idea que tenemos de lo que es mejor que pueda hacerse. Pero con el propósito, con el fin de conocer la situación real, es importante, si es posible, es solo una propuesta para su consideración. Me parece que es tan increíble lo que ha hecho Srila Asha Maharaj, su santidad Srila Asha Maharaj y Srila Janardha Maharaj y también algunos otros devotos, pero condensar eso es importante, establecer un canal de comunicación, establecer como una persona que pueda verdaderamente facilitar la comunicación con Sripad Tilak Maharaj, con la comunidad bengalí, con la comunidad hindú que está allí en Nueva Delhi, etcétera, para conocer realmente las necesidades de lo que hay que priorizar en este momento, conocer la situación, facilitar la comunicación entre ellos, que haya un portavoz y Occidente, facilitar esa comunicación y también conocer lo que están diciendo y lo que están planteando acá los devotos, que es qué está pensando Tilak Maharaj en este momento y cómo podemos ayudar. Nuestra intención verdaderamente es ayudar allí a la misión en India, ayudar a tanto como sea posible el deseo y el continuar con el deseo que siempre ha tenido Srila Charyadev de propagar el mensaje a través del Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, y por eso estableció todos estos templos. Nosotros deseamos ayudar y estamos totalmente dispuestos a hacerlo, pero es importante saber cómo hacerlo y precisamente tenemos acá la guía de los acharyas y es importante que también escuchemos. Y con todo respeto yo quiero decirle a Prabhu Brayanath que me parece que él debe también aprender a respetar y a ubicarse, porque él no es una autoridad para venir acá a decir lo que debe hacerse en el Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math y enfrente de los acharyas, más cuando él no está participando o no está liderando ningún programa. Eso debe él tenerlo claro también. Entonces es importante aprender a uno conocer su posición.
Bueno, quisiera comentar lo siguiente para hacer una aclaración al respecto del comentario de Srila Bhakti Janardha Maharaj.
Por favor.
Sí, al respecto,
Dandavat. Para finalizar, solo le pido perdón a todos los devotos, a Srila Janardha Maharaj, a Srila Asha Maharaj, a todos. No es mi intención cometer ofensas. Pero pensaba que es importante esto, establecer un canal de comunicación, a alguien que pueda facilitar allí esta comunicación y que pueda ser como un portavoz de allí, de estar en comunicación directa y poder también comunicarse con su santidad Srila Asha Maharaj, Srila Janardha Maharaj y también los devotos líderes que puedan y que estén interesados en ayudar a la misión en India. Y de esta forma que haya esta fluidez en la comunicación y en el servicio que se pueda prestar allí. Eso era mis Dandavat Pranams para todos los devotos.
And Hridaya Krishna is saying it's important to establish a line of communication with Acharya Maharaj and also with the other, principally with Acharya Maharaj, someone who can establish communication with him and also be able to communicate with us. And also somebody who can communicate with the devotees in India, the important devotees who are working with with Neriha March and also establish communication with the Bengali section, although I don't necessarily know how one could do that. But that was also a point I made, that I really believe that there should be some line of communication with Neriha March. We should be able to have someone who can speak to him and present his wishes and communicate with us, because it's not going to all just happen in a 1-hour meeting. We want to be able to have some communication. So someone who can, if someone has some questions, someone can also communicate that. And in this way, we can have some more communication. Just like if I wanted to communicate with Acharya Marsh, I could send him some form of communication. I could call him up on the telephone, or I could send him an email, or I could go to where Acharya Marsh was, or he would communicate with me when he so desired. He would call me. So we need that kind of communication. We can't just, we can decide everything, what the Westerners should do and what we should do. And personally, you can make any decision, but I think it's a little bit practical. I don't want to say that I have no position, but I cannot even control all the devotees in my own temple. Some of them they will listen to me and follow. Some of them will not listen. Some of them do as they like. Some of them, everyone. Unfortunately, not everyone in the West is following. As for Mahalakshmi's point about we have a fire in our own house in the West, I don't accept that exactly, because I don't see that this fire is in our house. Not everyone is following with us, and some people may be given to support to the opposition, but I don't consider them in our house. Anybody who is helping the opposition, I don't consider them part of our house. And I know some people were giving money to Navadip and to this and to that, and some people may be following this person or that person. I don't consider them part of our house. And I will also say indirectly, not wanting to slur anyone, but for instance, I accept Ashram Marsh as being a sincere representative of Srila Govinda Marsh and Srila Acharya Marsh. He was going all over South America, initiating many people in the name of Acharya Marsh. It was his Ritvik. He traveled to many countries. Then if somebody is living in the same place as Ashram Marsh, he should follow Ashram Marsh. And if he doesn't follow Ashram Marsh, with all due respect, I can offer dandavats to him, but I will not accept him as a valid spokesman. That is my feeling. So I don't accept that there is a fire in our own house. I cannot control everybody. I cannot even control my dog, but I don't have a dog. But I cannot control everybody. I can suggest things and people can say, no, we don't want that. So, you can't just establish some decree, but we can establish something. We should have communication with Neriha Marsh, and like Ravindra Krishna says, okay, we'll establish him in the temple. I have a little difficulty in how to be able to present things to people, because if I sometimes say to somebody, we should do this, many people will say, no, we don't think we should do that, we should do something else. And then they will say, wait, let's have some vote. And it's like this. This is, so just to, I personally think that after Acharya Maharaj has left this world on, what is it, the 10th of May?
10th of May.
Yeah, and now we are still in June, like 1 month. So I would want, maybe you're saying, well, you shouldn't have any problem. You can do this, and you can do this, and do that. Well, maybe you can do that. But I can't not necessarily do everything that someone else tells me that I should do. I just can't do things by decree. I'm not God. I'm not, I don't have, I want to see that things go on, and that Acharya Maharaj said that Nariya Maharaj will be his successor. All right, I can accept that. Now, how to establish that? That is right now what I'm saying is my consideration. If he's the Acharya, then the Acharya should have some place where he's secure and at his own home, and he should have some persons who will help him. And if he doesn't have anyone who really helps him and who can helps communicate his wishes and communicate with us, then it's very difficult. And you can make something for this part of the world or that part of the world or any part of the world. But I told you, it was difficult when Guru Maharaj left this world, and there was problems for Govinda Maharaj, and he was decreed, 3 years before Guru Maharaj left, he decreed that Govinda Maharaj was his follower and his next Acharya and everything, and still we had problems, and people betrayed him. Then we have Govinda Maharaj establishing Acharya Maharaj, and still to this day, many people don't accept that. And you're saying, well, this must be done for the whole world, but it wasn't even done for the whole world in the case of Acharya Maharaj. And then we have the situation that Acharya Maharaj is gone. He asked that Nariya Maharaj, he was training him, he wants him to be his successor. So I think the persons who are here in this meeting, they can agree upon that point. They are not arguing that point. But then how to proceed and how to establish some communication and everything, I think that is necessary. And I'll just answer, I cannot just will it. I can do some things, but I cannot just tell an entire community. I have many followers here of Srila Prabhupada who are disciples of him, and I have disciples of Srila Sridhar Maharaj. I have disciples of Srila Govinda Maharaj. I have disciples of Srila Acharya Maharaj. And I'm just saying, I cannot just write something on a paper and put some stamp on it, and it will be done. And I think that is part of the difficulty. Maybe some of you don't understand that, or don't think you don't have that problem. But I have that, and I'm working under those conditions. So I cannot just be a king and say, it will be this, and like that. Maybe people will think, oh, he's very foolish. Okay, I'm very foolish, but that's my situation. Okay.
Question, please.
Yeah.
Ashram Maharaj, earlier you were talking about the final trust board. That is different than the Acharya board. Can you, because I'm not aware of that actually, what is the say of that final board? Because as far as I understood, Janardhan Maharaj was saying that the Acharya board is like an advisory board. So okay, they can give advice, but if somebody doesn't want to follow, then that's it.
I was the one who mentioned that there was a final trust board. Govinda Maharaj, Acharya Maharaj said that had not so much legal standing under Indian law, and he formed a final trust board and registered it in India. So it's just like a board, but I'm just saying, I said about the Acharya board, I said, up till now, I did not see that the Acharya board really accomplish too much of anything. Didn't have any meetings, didn't have any decisions, couldn't reach any unanimity. Now maybe I'm making some blasphemy by saying something against the exalted Acharya Board. You know
what
I just said was formed by Srila Govinda Maharaj, and he said, from my understanding, that was to have some say in the internal dealings in India, etc. It was principally a final trust board for India. And you, Ashram Maharaj, do you know who's on that board?
Yeah, and that board was called Primary Board Trust. And it is Krishna Paramabhakti, it is in the last will of Gurudev. Of Srila Govinda Maharaj. You can see there, in that will, the Primary Board Trust and the Acharya Board. And the Primary Board Trust was conceived by him in order to assist Srila Acharya Maharaj. Those members were Madhusudan Maharaj, at that time Mahananda Prabhu, Goswami Maharaj, Avadut Maharaj, Srila Janardhan Maharaj, Mongol Maharaj, Indian Mongol Maharaj. You know him? Okay. Mongol Maharaj, Acharya Maharaj himself as the president. And
yourself, you are on that?
Yes, and myself. I think those were the members of the Primary Board Trust.
Are there any ladies mentioned who were on it?
Not that I know. There was also some other board of, like 25 people, which later on, along with that letter, that letter where it was mentioned the late Acharya Board trustees, because that was a letter of who can generate some discontent with some of the members of some of our God brothers, who it seemingly, because of that last letter at the last moment Srila Govinda Maharaj signed, there were some few or lesser acharyas or persons working or within recognized him. He was recognized, a few lesser members in that acharya board. And that was the origin of some some dispute between the members of our group. And because some of them, of course, they say they wanted to go along with the last will, as the instructions given in the last will by Srila Govinda Maharaj, and they did not accept that last letter signed by him, in which he was making a new Acharya board with less members. So at that time, when he created that last minute letter, before his departure, he also found, because of the question of Janardhan Maharaj, requesting if there were some lady, in that trust board. No, there were some other board trust who was just conceived by Srila Govinda Maharaj at the last minute, in which were included so many other members of our mission, of different countries, whether women and men. And it was like they amount like about 25 members. Also, like a trust, board trust, it was not named after that, but some trust which will be of assistance for our whole mission, and that includes.
That function, that final trust.
No. That was even not mentioned so much. That last trust board, that was not mentioned so much. No, but the ones who are written in the will of Srila Govinda Maharaj are the Acharya Board Trust and the Primary Board Trust.
Okay,
and it says, it is mentioned there in the will that this Primary Board Trust will succeed any other before mentioned or established board trust. This one, the new one established by Srila Govinda Maharaj. And that was called primary board trust, and included those persons. Srila Janardhan Maharaj, Srila Goswami Maharaj, Srila Avadut Maharaj, of course, Srila Acharya Maharaj as the president, Mongol Maharaj, Madhusudan Maharaj, before at that time Mahananda Prabhu, and myself. I think, and that was the primary board trust, especially to assist Srila Acharya Maharaj in his in India, for his service. Primary board trust, and the other one was the Acharya board trust.
Yeah, then I have another question because of I'm thinking about the legal situation, how that is, because we can say, oh, Srila Acharya wanted Niri Maharaj to be, he's training him actually to be the next Acharya, but what is the legal situation of all the properties? Because I'm thinking Srila Acharya gave blood, sweat and tears to build so many temples in India, so many places for this to come. And that is actually one of my fears. I'm thinking the same will happen again, like it happened with the Mulmat, which is being taken away, and what will happen now with all these areas. And that's actually my feeling, that I think we have to be one front behind Niriha.
That is a very good point. That is a very good point, Paramabhakti, I think. And it may be in the minds of many devotees, of many of our God brothers and God sisters. What will happen? We are requested to support and to give support, to give some donations regularly. But we think that we need to be, if we are not to be a very big institution, at least that we will know that in India, properties will be secure. And it's not going to be a chaos every time our Acharya disappears. No?
But do you know arranged legally?
Well, Acharya Maharaj tried to do that, but it seems, as far as I know, Janardhan Maharaj maybe know better, or perhaps Ravindra Krishna or some other of the devotees here. But the will of Srila Acharya Maharaj never came in acceptance by the judges. Do you know that, Maharaj?
What's that? The will? Yes.
The will.
As far as I know, it never reached what they call probate. It never entered probate. It was not accepted as a legal document in the courts of India, the final will. The final will was written in English, and it was written very, just a few days or weeks prior to Govinda Maharaj leaving, but it never reached probate. And then the opposition tried to establish a previous will, but I don't believe that that didn't go to probate. So the only thing that went into probate, as far as I know, or legal standing, was the will of Srila Sridhar Maharaj, but that was some time ago. Now, regarding the question about legally securing the properties, Parama Bhakti, about legally securing the properties, I believe that Acharya Maharaj was doing that, and he established also Niriha Maharaj with him of establishing some legality over the properties. And that's fine. But what I also mentioned is right now in the Shringapali, you have someone living there, perhaps, who's causing some trouble for Niriha Maharaj in his own house. So how secure is anything in Bengal, for one thing, one question. There's a big question with a big question mark after it. How secure is anything in Bengal? I think there's a little more security in northern India, like Vrindavan and UP and those places. I think things are a little more secure, but how secure is anything in India? How secure are you, for instance, if some people could just move into your house and stay there and say, we don't accept Parama Bhakti, and we're living here, and you can't get them out? How secure are you? You don't have any sound, Parama Bhakti.
Maharaj, Dandavad, sorry, just to answer this, on the 9th of February, Srila Acharya Maharaj has established a committee. I think I sent you the document. That he's already established a committee making Niriya Maharaj the secretary of that dealings or the mission dealing in India. And he has mentioned a few other people that he has chosen. This was very lately done on the 21st of February. So the committee is already there to work, to take care of the Indian mission, and Niriya Maharaj being mentioned as the secretary. So I believe that some bank accounts is also that is in charge currently and is helping. So that is the latest information that we have. So Ramsundar Prabhu knows about this. We can engage him. Niriya Maharaj also knows about this. The documents, I am looking at documents a bit. Wait, I can't really see it very clearly, but it is confirmed that the secretary of this establishment or the committee or the working committee, the secretary is actually Niriya Maharaj.
Send me that document again.
Yes, Maharaj. I'll send it to you now.
Can you
and Ramsundar, if Ramsundar is around, probably he can also explain because.
Do you have my email address?
I can send it to WhatsApp, Maharaj, now.
Yeah, the trouble is I get so many things by WhatsApp, I can't really tell what's real and what's going on.
Yeah, I could email you, Maharaj, no worries. Also can.
Ramasundar at the meeting right now. Ramasundar Prabhu.
Yes, Maharaj. Dandavad.
Okay, great. Prabhu, please say.
Little bit busy, Maharaj, but I'm here.
Okay.
Ramsundar Prabhu probably going to explain about the committee established on the 9th of February.
Yes, Maharaj. I sent that document to Srila Ashram Maharaj WhatsApp and to Srila Janardhan Maharaj also, I think. There, Maharaj mentioned Srila Niri Maharaj's name is there, and one Ashok Prabhu name is there, and Abhay Prabhu's name is there, and Shampa Didi name is there. So this was done for the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Krishna Anushilana Sangha, which was in under control of Srila Acharya Maharaj. That is that belongs Ekchakra, Narsimhapalli, Kolkata, Sevak Bhavan, and I think Siliguri temple and some other temples also, and Puri temple also in this Krishna Anushilana Sangha committee. So in that, for that board, Maharaj put Sripad Maharaj's name there. So he was like, giving all legal charges, transferring and putting his name everywhere in all documents, in all other banks accounts also, like making next to him, we can say, Niri Maharaj just next to Srila Acharya Maharaj in his all documents. So I told last meeting also this same thing. And Maharaj also personally told many things to all of us also, Maharaj.
Ravindra Krishna, I sent you my email address in the chat.
Okay, Maharaj. I'll look at it. Yeah, sure, Maharaj. I got it.
And Srila Janardhan Maharaj, Bhakti Tilak Niriya Maharaj is already connected here on Zoom.
Who's connected?
Bhakti Tilak Niriya Maharaj.
Dandavad Maharaj. Dandavad Maharaj, I am in car. For that, is no light. For that, no video, no coming.
I can hear you, Mara.
Maharaj, he's saying he's traveling in a car.
Yeah,
and he has an errand. He's running an errand. That's why he didn't switch off his video.
I know, he said we can't, he has no video, but we could hear him.
Oh.
Can we hear you, Maharaj, or is it not?
Yeah, Dandavat Maharaj. Dandavat Maharaj.
Dandavat.
Dandavat Maharaj. Here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Maharaj, I am in car for that light also no good light, so video no coming. One devotee before is Nisingapalli, but I came in Exekra. That time she came with me, and the Didi, her father died today, left his body. For that, she want to go. Her home is Sarkesar.
Maharaj, he's saying that one of the DDs who used to stay in Narishimapalli, then Maharaj, he's saying that one of the DDs who used to live in Narishimapalli.
Her father passed away, and he's going by car to deal with her family in Kolkata.
Yes, I'm not taking a photo of Kolkata, and he's giving them assistance, and that's why he cannot put on his video.
Yeah, that I try to find another car, but no find that time. For that I going with her also, and she doing service. For that I want to leave her before she want to go home. But I told no, you not go. I will leave you. I will leave you later your home, but now his father is died. For that I need to leave her. She want to see his dead body. For that I go now.
Okay, Maharaj, we're understanding. You're going to help this person because her father passed away, and you want to leave, but you want to help her and continue with the service. Maharaj.
Yes.
Tell me, man.
How I understand that you are not with so many persons in the Sringapalli. You have some protection, Maharaj, or some way somebody is helping you that you are protected in the Sringapalli.
Maharaj, I will arranging the to security. One is day time, one is night. But I need to talk with him. But I know find time for that from the security company. I know possible to talk with him. He want to meet with me. But I calling for. He came also. That time is Parivrajak Maharaj ceremony that he left. That he came in. Possible to meet with him.
Maharaj, if somebody is in the Sringapalli and they are not helping you, is there any way that such persons can be asked to leave, or do they or they can just stay in Nisringapalli?
What, Maharaj? I don't understand.
If there is somebody in Nisringapalli who's not helping you and doesn't want to help you, can they be? Do they have to stay there, or there is any way they can be asked to leave?
धन्यवाद महाराज दीदी हम आज आप हम ट्रांसलेट करें
Yeah, Didi, I understand that thing. I want to tell the.
हम इंग्लिश में बोलेंगे
हिंदी में बोलेंगे दीदी हम बोलना चाह रहे थे हम मैंने इसलिए उन लोग को मनाने का अभी प्लान इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग उन लोग हटाएंगे नहीं हटाने से भी हमको समस्या लग रहा है कि उन लोग को नहीं हटाने से भी समस्या कर रहा है मैंने ज्यादा बढ़ता जा रहा है और हटाने हम प्रयास इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हटाने से भी वो लोग जैसे कि गुरुदेव चलते जाने के बाद अभी लीगली जो पेपर सब स्ट्रांग नहीं हुआ है इसीलिए हम अभी मैंने उन लोग को हटाने का प्रयास नहीं कर रहे हैं नहीं तो हमारा इच्छा है कि उन लोग को नहीं मैंने मठ में क्योंकि वो लोग गुरुदेव को फॉलो नहीं करते थे गुरु जैसे कि शांत महाराज हम तो उनके साथ कुछ महीने प्रचार में भी थे रामसुंदर प्रभु जानते हैं वो तो ज्यादातर गुरुदेव का मैंने जो कि निंदा करते थे हम उनके साथ थे कुछ महीने उनके साथ प्रचार में थे वो गुरुदेव हम तो गुरुदेव के शिष्य हैं किंतु मेरे सामने भी वो गुरुदेव का मैंने फॉल दिखाते थे हमको
Daniel Maharaj is saying that he is hesitating to take them to do any action right now because even without taking any action they are already building tension there. Right now the legal papers are not well set yet or not fully established yet because the lockdown got extended. So that is why he is not taking any action to remove them. But for sure he is not agreeing for them to be there. But once the legal papers has been settled, we will do something to ask them to leave. And also he doesn't want them to say that, now that Gurudev has left, he is kind of removing them, like putting them outside. But he's saying that even during Gurudev days, when so Gurudev used to send Niriha Maharaj with Shanta Maharaj a couple of times for preaching and all, and Shanta Maharaj were not telling the
Didi, Didi, I want to tell you that one time Shanta Maharaj in Siliguri with me, that time I served in Siliguri, Gurudev give me service. So that time I doing service there, but Shanta Maharaj want to me with him go to preaching. So, what he preaching, I go with him, but Gurudev no want. But that time I went with him. I asked Gurudev, but Gurudev tell me you go, but I feel Gurudev not tell me by heart. So I go with him about 2 or 3 months maybe. So that time he many times telling me like sometimes showing Gurudev fault many times. He showing with me Gurudev some fault thing. This is no good one disciple. behavior like this is one disciple showing his Gurudev called need to show मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि गुरुदेव का गुणगान करना चाहिए एक शिष्य के सामने। वो तो मैंने गुरुदेव का निंदा करते थे मेरे सामने। और अभी बोल रहे हैं हम गुरुदेव का डिसाइपल मैंने शिष्य हैं, हम गुरुदेव का मैंने अनुगत में चलते थे, ऐसा बात बोल रहे हैं अभी। किंतु वो तो गुरुदेव का निंदा करते थे, हम उनके साथ थे।
Oh my God. Okay, let me translate that. So, Janardhan Maharaj, he's saying that for 3 months, Niriha Maharaj went with
2014 that happened.
Yeah, so
2014.
He went for, yes, Maharaj. So
14.
In 2014, he went for preaching for 3 months with Shanta Maharaj, and during that time, instead of, in front of a disciple, you should praise the Guru and all because the Guru is divine. But Shanta Maharaj always found fault and was finding fault and telling that Acharya Maharaj is not doing this right, is not doing that right. And he was doing a lot like this instead of, praising Guru and things like that.
I didn't understand that part. Can you explain again? Because I could not understand. That he's traveling with Shanta Maharaj, but you said something else, and I didn't understand that part.
Maharaj, what they are saying is that, Shanta Maharaj forces Niriha Maharaj to come with him for preaching. Acharya Maharaj wasn't so keen in the first place, but he just goes anyway. So what happens during the preaching is Shanta Maharaj is busy gossiping about Acharya Maharaj and telling bad things about Acharya Maharaj to Niriha Maharaj. And Niriha Maharaj is really upset that he has been saying these things about Acharya Maharaj.
Hello.
Yes, Maharaj.
Didi Ramsundar Prabhu know this matter is nicely. He can explain it good. Ramsundar Prabhu know this matter nicely.
Ramsundar Prabhu, are you able to say clarify?
There's a good point here. There's a good point here that Ramsundar, he can communicate with Nariha Maharaj, and he can also indicate what Nariha Maharaj wants to express, because I don't think we can continue this meeting so much longer. We have been here since 7 o'clock and almost 11 o'clock, not our time, 1 o'clock. We have our own program to do now also in Sunday. So I don't mind having another meeting and all that, and for right now for Ravindra Krishna and everything, they say it's okay, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I've been in this meeting for 4 hours. And
one only thing. He mentioned, I don't know if I heard properly, that Ramasundar Prabhu knows well the story and he can tell that story properly.
Yes, I heard that also.
Can you say that, Ramasundar Prabhu?
Yes, Maharaj. Yes, Maharaj. Please, Maharaj. It was in this way, like when our Niri Maharaj was a brahmachari and serving in the Siliguri temple. That time, Sant Maharaj was taking him to his preaching tours, and our Acharya Maharaj was not very happy. But he was taking him, asking him, asking our Niri Maharaj to go with him, and Niri Maharaj was asking permission from Srila Acharya Maharaj. And Srila, as Niri Maharaj told that Maharaj was not very happy from his heart, but he told okay, can go. But when he was going with him, then he was criticizing Srila Acharya Maharaj. The Sant Maharaj was criticizing Srila Acharya Maharaj and his to Niri Maharaj. So Niri Maharaj making this point that this Sant Maharaj must glorify Gurudev in front of his disciples. but he is not from our line, and he is also criticizing the Gurudev in front of his disciples. So what type of, sannyasi and what type of this person is? And now he is claiming that, now he want to be a kind of acharya or successor of that same Gurudev whom he were criticizing all the way. So this was the main point. In that time we were speaking with through Madhumangal Prabhu to our Niri Maharaj, and making all these points very clear that what is the desire of Srila Acharya Dev, that he wants Niri Maharaj total surrender and total his mood to the service only, and he has to listen only to Srila Acharya Maharaj, not anyone else.
This was something I was also saying, that I believe that in one sense, Shanta Maharaj, he's the disciple of Swarup Damodar. He's the disciple of Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj, but he's not really so much he took sannyas from Acharya Maharaj, but he's not his of course you should say sannyas guru, but he's anyway.
Maharaj, can I bring up one point? You hear me, Maharaj?
You were asking Mary how much?
No.
We can't hear you now.
Oh, okay. The position of Santa, I've also Puri Maharaj talking with Shanta.
You're not hearing you, Dini. Sometimes hearing you and sometimes not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So the point is that why I was also saying about forming making one front is because this is a lot of things going on behind the scene. Like Shanta Maharaj was also talking with Tirtha and with Maharaj was talking with Ranaji and trying to make everything harmonized and this going on. So there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. And there's another point, there's also many devotees who have a lot of shiksha from Shanta Maharaj who are very confused at the moment, who are very, because Maharaj was the person who brought them to Acharya Maharaj actually.
Have been trying to get video, but not successful to make the video work.
গ্যাসটা চেঞ্জ করলা হয় না কেননা অনেক প্রেসার পাচ্ছে তো শব্দ হচ্ছে বেশি হ্যাঁ পড়বে এটা কি আরামবাগ বর্তমানে পুরো হয়ে যাবেন না আরামবাগ হয়ে যাবেন
महाराज अपना माइक्रोफोन ऑफ कर लीजिए।
Dandavat Pranam Maharaj, I don't know if there is any time that I can just say something. Dandavat? Just one small thing that today I have been unable to translate, but I have been listening the darshan all the way around, and I think there is one thing that we may be missing or overlooking or not addressing enough, and I think we are focused too much in the trust, the wills, the documents, and you both have said yourself that even the will of Srila Govinda Maharaj has not even been gone to provide or respect on the court. So the legal issues in India are like very difficult, very unable to understand, and sometimes they don't even have validity. So again, I thank you both for focusing in the nourishment of the devotees, but since this meeting right now, it's a little bit about management, I think we are forgetting or neglecting a little bit the devotees that are in Calcutta. Not everybody, of course, but we are sometimes expecting them to give us information, expecting them to be in touch with us, expecting things from them. And I think it should be the other way around. We should be contacting them. We should be every time asking them, what do you need? How are you? What can we do for you? What service can we do? Make them feel that they are not alone. Make them feel that we are a family. We cannot expect them to be in our Zoom meeting for our convenience, because the time difference is difficult for them, because they are grieving 10 times more than every one of us. They miss Gurudev. Now they lost Paribrajan Maharaj. They are really feeling like hopeless. And we are expecting too much from everybody there. We are expecting that Tilak Maharaj, that Driho Maharaj gave us this, that Driho Maharaj tell us what is going on, what is happening, why instead we don't ask them, what can we do for you? What can we do? Do you need money? Okay, let's try to make a donation. Do you need support? What do you need, Maharaj? I think that is I know that there are important matters to be addressed, but at least this is a simple way to start doing something instead of expecting from people from there. Because we discuss about the anti-party, about who is this, who is doing what, and unfocusing the point. If we are really a family, that's what a family does. And in terms of what other people have said about there will be people that will never put the picture of Acharya there. And I completely forget about those people. For me, they don't even exist. I don't care if they call themselves Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math. I don't think of those people. I don't listen classes from those people. I don't even remember their names. I just keep myself in chastity. I listen to you, I listen to Ashram Maharaj, and as you both know, I have gone through you for advices many times. And I will continue to do so because you have supported Gurudev, you have supported Acharya Dev, and you are supporting Driho Maharaj. And I will continue to do so. So I really think we need to stop focusing who is putting the picture, or who will put the picture of Driho Maharaj. If they don't do it, let them don't do it. We will do it at the point that we have to, or we feel to, or we must to. But let's just focus in the spiritual nourishment. If we call themselves Dasa, Anu Dasa, then we have to go and serve the ones that are serving them in India, because they are in a very difficult situation. Everyone has to protect their temples. Everybody has to, as you say, you cannot even control your own home. I cannot even control what I'm going to do every day. But at least we can focus in doing that. At least we can do that thing. If we are very easy to find about gossip and information, then if we want to know what's going on in India, how can we help? It's very easy to pick up the phone or send a WhatsApp message to them. It's very simple. It's not difficult. If they need, sometimes they need something very simple that we can help. But if we don't do it, if we don't approach it, if we sit here waiting for them to come to us, I don't think that's nice. I don't think that's okay. And I'm sorry if I'm something demanding or bossy. I'm so sorry, but I'm really exhausted and drained with all the situation. And regarding to Shanta Maharaj, I just have to say one thing. Just forgive that he will be useful for our mission. Just forgive about that. I know him for many years, and I have an unlimited list to tell you how can he not be trusted, how he should never be trusted again. His only quality is that he was a good preacher and he brought disciples to Acharya Dev. That's the only good thing. The rest of the thing, I can tell you for sure that he's not in a good use for us. Dandavat pranams, and please everybody forgive my office.
Dandavat. Dandavat Maharaj, can I say something? I'll try to be brief. Just remembering what took place when Acharya Maharaj was present on the beginning. There was a big thing going on at the mat in Navadvip, and then we all felt that we wanted to support Acharya Maharaj, so he started to request for help to the mission all over the world to please send devotees, as many as they can, over there to help, to support him. But also to send money for that purpose, to be able to feel the support and to have some money is also some power, a power tool, even though it's not all. But the most important thing is that devotees, they can go and be present. Unfortunately, right now is the pandemic condition and the lockdown, and India is one of the worst places in the world right now. So I don't know to this point, Nariha Maharaj, if you are here listening to us, maybe you can suggest some help in any way. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you translate for Niriha Maharaj?
Yes, a quick thing about Lakshmi Kanti, follow up on what Lakshmi Kanti suggested, which is very nice. I think it will be nice if we have, if someone is delegated to liaise with the devotees in India, one who has plenty of time and can liaise with them and inform us. That will be easier because some devotees have other responsibilities. I don't know if Lakshmi Kanti is the person who can do that. She has very good connections. She can speak English and Spanish and been in India for a long time. She maybe can liaise if she's willing to take that responsibility. Because it's good to have some clarification also on what the devotees require and everything. And so how we can help them.
Yeah, Saraswati Didi, I was on the phone with Sudevi, and she was saying that the Seva Bhavan needs about 200,000 rupees every month. 200,000 rupees every month. She gave me a breakdown of the expenses. What are the things that they need to pay, like for security, for the utilities, and for food, everything. Comes to about 200,000 rupees. So we are actually doing a donation drive here to get some money and send to. Tomorrow, most probably, we will be sending some money for them to tide them over until we can collect a little bit more and help them out there. So that's 200,000 rupees. I think that's the minimum that they need every month to maintain the Seva Bhavan.
Well, Saraswati was suggesting something. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Saraswati was suggesting something to let or to ask Lakshmikanti to get that relationship or that link with the devotees in Kolkata so that they can have sufficient support and a relationship through her, so that not like I don't know, 80 or 50 devotees, they will call them at some time. That will be also some difficult thing to deal with. But if Lakshmikanti can take that service, that will be very nice. And she can inform all the devotees. We have communicated with them. I want to say to Lakshmikanti, we have communicated with them, and I requested them if we could have like a week, some Zoom meeting, not in a sense of a class, just like to talk, to chat, to know how are they, to know. And they say, Kamalendu said that yes, he was going to do that, but then time passes, day passes, and maybe they are very busy and they cannot do. And every month also from Mexico, we are putting together all the communities, and we are sending what we have been sending every month, because we know they have expenses. So I hope, like so many other devotees, also they are taking caution and attention to that, and they are sending some money. There may be some difficulties there, because they were saying in the few weeks back, it was the announcement that do not send immediately money because they didn't have some account or some this. Then maybe because of that, some devotees may have not been sending as they were sending. Here in Mexico, we did not stop. We continue sending every month some donation. Anyhow, Lakshmikanti, can you did you hear what Saraswati said?
Yes, I did hear, Maharaj. I just kept my microphone mute. And yeah, I can do that. And also I know who is supporting them. I know the message was for most of one that are focusing in another things, and just to bring the attention to that point.
Okay. Very good. If you can take care of that, it will be very helpful for everyone. For the devotees there in Kolkata, and also for us, that sometimes we will really like to hear how are they, what do they need, etc. That will be very good.
Yes, I can do that. Whatever they want to communicate to the rest. If they don't want to do it themselves, either for time difference zones or being busy, because that can happen. Sometimes it's because of that. I can do that. It's all my with all my pleasure. I can do that.
Well,
Maharaj,
yes.
I'm just saying that by looking at these documents, it is very clear that Srila Acharya Maharaj re-established, on the 9th of February, making arrangements for Niraya Maharaj to be the secretary, and in writing, and I saw the writings in Srila Acharya Maharaj handwriting. I'm going to email this to Janardhan Maharaj and probably Ashim Maharaj also to you, so they can take a look at it. So it was the latest penning down in the committee establishment, and of course, echoing what Janardhan Maharaj has said. Janardhan Maharaj said, yes, when Srila Govinda Maharaj established Acharya Maharaj very clearly in front of the whole world in a huge mic, not many accepted the decision of Srila Govinda Maharaj. So they refused to put even Srila Acharya Maharaj in their altar. Today you can go and look at whose altar has no Acharya Maharaj picture. They have not listened to Srila Govinda Maharaj very clear instruction. So we have actually lost these people very long time ago, as Rashmi Kanti said, we have lost them many years ago. So we cannot expect these people to put Niriya Maharaj. If they don't even put Acharya Maharaj picture there, we don't expect them to put Niriya Maharaj picture. So their suggestion will not be valid here, or their vote. So my suggestion again, if the majority of Srila Acharya Maharaj disciples who are sincere servitors, who are with him 100%, those people who have his picture in the altar will be the right person to make decisions on this matter, not the person outside this matter. Because today, the meeting, this management meeting, is about Srila Acharya Maharaj's interest, and his interest is Niriya Maharaj. We have the papers handwritten by Srila Acharya Maharaj. So those people who don't have his picture in his altar, they have not respected Srila Govinda Maharaj's wish. So their decision or their idea is not important. So because the idea here is Acharya Maharaj's decision, and that's final. And those people who support that, those people who are sincere about that, they have all the blessings and the right to come forward and do that. Yes, Maharaj. That's it. Thank you. Dandavats.
Well, next meeting, any idea when we can have next meeting? Because it's getting late.
Maharaj.
Yes.
Su Santidad, si le parece bien, podría usted y con la Janardhan Maharaj y los devotos líderes a nivel mundial tratar de agendar otra reunión para continuar con esta discusión en un horario más apropiado también para todos, Su Santidad.
Sí, cómo no. ¿Qué pasó con Janardhan Maharaj? ¿Está él todavía?
No, Su Santidad, creo que se levantó un segundo.
Ah, se levantó un segundo, ok. Okay. Muy bien.
Está tomando placer, Maharaj.
Very good, very good. Well, no, when is the next time suitable to have the meeting?
I think we asked Maharaj, Dandavats, I think we asked Niriha Maharaj when he is free, then we can read our time around that.
All right. We hope it is soon and we all can meet together, or those who are available and desire to participate, they can join the meeting. Everyone is invited to join the meeting. So then, final decision is Jayasri will contact Niriha Maharaj and will ask when is a suitable time for him.
Yes, I will do that, Maharaj.
All right, and okay. Well, that's fine with everyone.
But Niriha Maharaj is online. You can ask him now.
Dandavad.
Dandavad.
Maharaj?
Dandavad.
पूछ रहे हैं एक नेक्स्ट मीटिंग के लिए आप कब फ्री होंगे ऐसे मैनेजमेंट मीटिंग डिस्कशन के लिए पूछ रहे हैं आप जवाब दे सकते हैं अभी और बाद
ये जो टाइम है मीटिंग का कोई ऐसे तो टाइम ठीक है किंतु आज ऐसा हमारा समस्या आ गया इसीलिए हम इधर इधर आगे क्योंकि और हमको थोड़ा मैंने बिजी रहने के कारण मेरा ख्याल पता भी नहीं था। बाद में हम मैसेज देके साधु महाराज हमको व्हाट्सएप में मैसेज भेजे कि मीटिंग में ज्वाइन करना है 9 बजे हम देखे तब हम फिर मीटिंग में ज्वाइन किए।
Okay, so Jayadeva Maharaj and Ashram Maharaj and Niriha Maharaj is saying at the time that he said is usually okay with him. It's just that today he had that errand to run. So, and he just checked his message around 9 p.m. he said, and he saw that Sadhu Maharaj asked him to join the call. But because if there is not that errand today, this time is usually fine for him. Every day, like around, I think the 10 o'clock Singapore time, which is like, I mean, the original time of the call is okay with him. Usually.
What time is in India now? What time is in
No,
India?
Didi, for every day this time is also no good because this time also one day is no problem, but every day is no good because that time also the every temple is the kirtan.
तो आपके लिए आपके लिए कौन से दिन ठीक होगा महाराज?
नहीं, एक दिन के लिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, एक दिन के लिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पर प्रत्येक दिन यदि कुछ मीटिंग करना है तो तब दूसरा टाइम रखना है।
Okay. So he's saying for one day he can make it around that time, but like he won't be available every day because you have RTs and everything at that time there. So if we can decide on one day and let him know, but that time he will make himself available.
Well, I have a question. Perhaps, right now it's 10 to midnight in India. So if we're going to meet with Nariha Maharaj, maybe we should meet at a time when it's more convenient for him in his morning time. Maybe his morning time at 9 or 10 in the morning for him is more convenient.
Okay, Maharaj, okay, no problem.
He said no problem, Janardhan Maharaj. Also can.
Okay, but I know we would not be able to arrange a meeting with Govinda Maharaj or with Acharya Maharaj at midnight. My nighttime is not so good. Better to do it in the daytime of Nariha Maharaj when it's more convenient for him. We do a meeting at the time when it's good for him.
Yes, Maharaj.
Good, Maharaj, good.
Cuando es conveniente para él, debemos hacer nuestro reino.
Muy bien.
What time in the morning is good for you, Maharaj? Nariha Maharaj, what time is good for you in the morning time?
Morning is after is 9 is okay, Maharaj.
9 o'clock in the morning. That's
yeah, Maharaj.
All right. That's 8:30 in the morning, California time. It is 10:30 in the morning, Mexico time.
Night time.
No, nighttime. It is 8:30 in the morning, nighttime in California. It is 10:30 in the nighttime for
So Maharaj, so is night is okay, Maharaj. Night, the devotee also is night. Little difficult for that. So I know morning is no good. I think the evening is more better for that.
We want that you will be fresh, Maharaj. You will be fresh. Morning time. Your morning time.
Okay, Maharaj. What you want, I will. That time is what time you fix. That is for me is okay. Anytime.
How about, Maharaj, how about 8 o'clock in the morning your time, is it okay?
Okay, Maharaj.
And 7:30 here and 9:30 there, but also good time for